Regarding item 3.1.1, on a motion by Councilmember Davis, second by Councilmember Atkin, the claim was denied. Regarding 3.1.2, on a motion by Councilmember Davis, second by Councilmember Atkin, on a 5-0 vote, the claim was denied. Regarding item 4.1.1, an update was provided. Regarding item 4.2.1, an update was provided and direction given to the agency negotiators. Regarding item 4.2.2, an update was provided. And regarding item 5.1, an update was provided. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That adjourns the closed session. And we are now moving on to the special study session meeting. This is a special study session meeting of the City of Emeryville. It's August 16th at 6:06 p.m. And please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Please note we are all still here. And at this time, I'm going to entertain public comments for items that are not on the agenda. So if you'd like to comment on the study session, we could do the staff presentation first and then have public comment on the study session at that time. But if there's anyone who wishes to make a public comment not on items not on this agenda, please come forward at this time. Okay. Seeing none, we, I believe, have a presentation on Fair Work Week Employee Scheduling Ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm Chad Smalley, Economic Development and Housing Manager with the city, here to discuss with you the study session item for a Fair Work Week Employee Scheduling Ordinance. So by way of background, very briefly, Fair Work Week. What is Fair Work Week? For those that aren't already aware, Fair Work Week is a set of policy initiatives meant to increase the stability of work schedules for, typically for low-wage workers in the retail and food service sectors. In other jurisdictions, typical components include a requirement to post a schedule a certain period of time in advance and include predictability pay as a way for employees that experience schedule changes to that schedule. It's been introduced in other jurisdictions in other states, including Albuquerque, Rhode Island, Washington, D.C. It's been discussed. City of Seattle, I believe, is discussing it tonight. But the only city to date, and to our knowledge, that has actually adopted the advance notice and predictability pay provisions of Fair Work Week is across the bay in San Francisco. On May 17th, you'll all recall we had a study session here to review that San Francisco ordinance, and the outcome from that study session, the direction that you gave staff, was to draft an ordinance for this study session tonight on August 16th. Furthermore, it was made clear that there was an expectation that we tailor the ordinance specific to Emeryville. In other words, don't necessarily adopt San Francisco's ordinance wholesale in recognition of how different a place San Francisco is from Emeryville in terms of our business climate and in terms of our staffing level and our ability to administer and enforce such a regulation. Finally, you also asked that we conduct robust outreach to the business community on this topic. So, since May 17th, we met individually through the city manager with you to confirm the policy objectives to make sure that we were on the right track with what the core objective of this initiative is. We then reviewed the existing research on the topic, a sampling of it. We evaluated the conditions in Emeryville through an employee survey, and we conducted outreach to the business community through an employers forum, through interviews with managers, and through various other meetings, mailings, and outreach to this meeting, actually, highlighting this meeting as a key opportunity to provide input on this policy. All of those things then were developed into a set of tiered options for your consideration. We have termed them policy options, which are broadly speaking directions that can be pursued that could achieve the policy objectives that we confirmed with you all. Then furthermore, if some of those policy options include regulatory elements, we've developed ordinance options, the first and primary of which is which businesses this would apply to, and then which kinds of provisions and the specifics of each. We will need direction on all of these in order to move forward to an ordinance, to actually introduce an ordinance or to develop any other kind of policy option as well. And we completed this work in the span of, in consideration of agenda lead times, approximately 2 months, a little over 2 months. So the policy objectives we heard from you all, the things that we kept hearing, were that increase the stability of schedules, broadly speaking, for retail and restaurant workers, reduce the turnover of employees in those establishments, in other words, increase their tenure, and increase the number of hours worked by the individual employees. For our purposes moving forward, I'm going to shorthand this underemployment, even though underemployment can mean a lot of other things. But for our purposes, underemployment in this context means not working as many hours as you would like. We looked at the existing research, as I mentioned earlier. Susan Lambert, Dr. Lambert of the University of Chicago is the most frequently cited scholar in this field. Her and Dr. Golden have both produced studies based on national data sets. Primarily, these are the most frequently cited works that show the effects of unstable in terms of fluctuating hours and late schedule changes on employees. But when we get to local studies that are industry specific, that are meant to either support or provide opposition to a local ordinance dealing with these. To back up, both of those, the national studies typically were prepared, and in particular Dr. Golden's, are prepared to influence federal law, and they're looking at changes to national federal law. But that said, they're still cited very frequently, and they're widely respected as in the field. At the local level, there's most of the studies, not all of them, but most of them can be grouped into two broad groups. Those that are industry sponsored and those that are sponsored by advocacy groups that start with the premise that the policy that an ordinance is the solution to the problem. And in both of those cases, their objectivity is somewhat questionable, but they, as I note in the staff report, they both yield good, interesting data. The exception to this, or one of the exceptions to this, is the Seattle Secure Scheduling Study, which was commissioned by the city, appears to be fairly objective and was released just a couple of weeks ago. But I wanted to point that out as an exception to the general trend, at least that we observed. So in our employee survey, in order to tailor an ordinance to Emeryville, we need to understand what the issue is in Emeryville or what the experience is of employees in Emeryville. And this helps, in our view, fill a gap in the existing research. So we commissioned, we engaged economic and planning systems. This was at the suggestion of the City Council to engage a consultant for this effort. We did so. Economic and Planning Systems is a consulting firm that uses data-driven approaches to solve municipal policy issues. And they, in turn, sub-consultant, the Henny Group, a market research firm, designed a survey of retail and food service employees in Emeryville, and the sampling frame was designed to make sure that we got a representative sample from different types of businesses and size of businesses, whether they were chains or independents. Also with regard to locations, so not all of the respondents come from Bay Street, for example. They are distributed geographically around the city. We obtained 304 complete surveys. It was a major undertaking. It was done in early July. The general findings, I'll go through the findings slowly because they're charts, and it kind of helps, I think, to ponder them. They're the same charts that are in your staff reports. The findings in general, the 12%, we collected some demographic data. 12% of the employees reside in the Emeryville zip code. 55% of the surveyed employees work 30 hours or less per week on average, and 63% reported that their total hours worked are generally consistent from week to week. We've divided these charts into schedule stability and underemployment topics and schedule notice. Schedule stability. The first, we asked about how the schedules are developed. This, in our view, is important mainly because there is, in the literature, there's a certain amount of tension between flexibility and stability. One person's flexibility or ability to take days off on super short notice could come at the expense of another employee's stability. And the connecting factor between those two is who controls their schedule, whether it be the manager or the employee itself, or some combination of the two, and whether that is an equitable distribution of power. And this is all occurring in the context of interpersonal relationships between management, store-level management, and the employees, and is further within a context of a corporate policy, which may or may not have varying degrees of impact on what the store manager level is able to accomplish. So what we found when we asked this question is that 13% have no input at all into the schedule, or it's decided, or they characterize their schedules as decided by their employers and outside of their employer's control. Combining those that indicate they have some input arrive at 87%. So if it's decided by an employer but with input, or decided within certain limits, the distinction between that's somewhat fine. And then 11%, I'm entirely free to decide what the schedule will be. So this was the finding for that particular question. Furthermore, schedule stability, we asked about when employees typically receive their schedules to try to determine how much advance notice of schedules employees are getting in general. 4% reported less than 24 hours in advance of the start of the work week. 24 hours to less than 1 week. Our break, you can see our categories on the right-hand side there. Less than a week, but up to 24 hours. Another 26% are receiving their schedules in that kind of time frame. 1 week to less than 2 weeks in advance is 38%, and then 2 weeks to less than 3 weeks, 18%, and so on, 14% for 3 weeks or more. This was consistent with anecdotal and qualitative input we received from store managers, which indicated that generally 1 to 2 weeks is what's being provided to their employees. We asked about certain kinds of changes to that posted schedule. So now knowing what proportion of employees receive their schedule how far in advance, does it stay that way? And we categorized a certain number of, we asked individually about the kinds of changes one might experience to their posted schedule, and then asked whether they felt on a scale of 1 to 5 whether it was a problem for them. And in this set of questions, you'll see that we asked, have you ever experienced a schedule change with less than 24 hours notice? 76% of respondents said they hadn't, but of those, close to a quarter have experienced it. And of that proportion, 8% characterized it as a 1 or 2 on the problem scale, and 16% characterized it as 3, 4, 5. 1 being, I'm sorry, I had that reversed. But not a problem is not a problem, and then number 2s, which we would characterize as mildly inconvenient. So that was the finding on 24-hour notice schedule changes. Have you ever been called in for a shift you weren't scheduled for? 42% had not, but the majority had. And 9% of those, of the folks that we surveyed, said that yes, it was a problem for them. Shifts canceled that you were scheduled for, don't bother coming in. Much less incidence of this particular phenomenon. The call-ins are much more frequent. 91% said their shifts had never been canceled. Sent home earlier than scheduled. Only 67% had not ever been sent home earlier than scheduled. 26% yes, but didn't have an issue with it. This likely reflects the fact that this is a frequent practice in restaurants. When things slow down towards the end of the night, folks get sent home. Well, on this one, we also asked about the concept of clopenings, another shorthand term. Shifts separated, back-to-back shifts separated by 11 hours or less. The idea being that if you close one evening and then have to turn around and come back in at 6 o'clock in the next morning, that's a fairly short turnaround time for folks. So we asked how many folks had been scheduled to work shifts separated by 11 hours or less. 72% said they had not, of those that said they had, and then 9% said they had, and it was an issue for them, and 19% said yes, but it was not an issue for them. We asked a question about underemployment. This measurement generally in line with the way it's asked in other big studies. Do you wish you could work more hours than your work? We asked how many hours they're being worked, typically, and then do you wish you could work more? And this 39% yes, want to work more hours. So one of the more significant findings. Turning to business, so that was our characterization of, broadly speaking. We did, in those data, and this is in your staff report, have been, as I mentioned, they've been sampled in a way to allow us to draw conclusions or to represent groups of businesses based on employee count in Emeryville, as well as whether they're a restaurant or retail. And so you can find some differences between the categories of business. I won't go into detail about that just yet, however. Turning to business outreach, what we did, manager interviews or business owner interviews in the case of small businesses, staff contacted or reached out to approximately 60 business owners, took basic information. It was more of an interview style engagement about, what are your scheduling practices? How early do you give the schedule? When your schedule changes from what's posted, what's usually what's causing that? The answers are generally that folks calling in sick or just giving late notice of time off was generally cited as the most frequent reason that schedules change. We then also scheduled, and the manager interviews had a dual purpose of getting us in contact with folks in order to invite them to these kinds of opportunities, like the employer forum, which we held at Bay Street, and sent a mailer out to all the affected businesses in food service and retail, including in the cases where applicable, their corporate offices as well, and walked through what a typical Fair Work Week ordinance would look like, gauge reactions to the different provisions, and try to also solicit a little bit more of this information about what the scheduling practices are, largely consistent with what we heard on the phone from individuals, week to 2 week, the most common scheduling window offered, and most commonly changed due to employees calling in sick, according to managers. We sent mailers for this meeting, and we also sent email notices as this time went on. It helped build our contact database of folks in the retail and food service industry, and so we sent email notices as well, which I found to be more effective in some regards, to folks that expressed an interest in the policy, from store managers to corporate types. Now, to get in, we distill all of this information into various options, and then further distill it into a staff recommendation that balances a bunch of competing factors. The number of options you have here represent many hundreds of permutations of approaches that could be taken. But I think you'll find that when balancing the various factors involved, we are close to what would be considered a compromise position in these competing factors. Policy options, big picture now, we've laid out 4. Advocacy being the least proactive, I guess, in a sense, but not to be understated. Advocacy being an approach where city engages actively to attempt to influence state and regional and federal policy that supports the objectives of stable scheduling, and works with employers as well on an as-needed basis when we hear of issues, to try to reach out and try to correct the issues on a one-on-one basis with employers that are in town. That's option, first policy option. The second policy option is on the other end of the scale, regulation. That's adopting an ordinance of some sort, applicable to something, some set of businesses that mandates certain scheduling practices, all yet to be discussed later in this presentation, because there's a lot of options within that one category of policy options. Third, cooperative incentive program would be a voluntary program where the city develops a certification program where and this would have to be done collaboratively with the business community, and it's meant to impart a degree of flexibility to recognizing scheduling practices that are positive but not necessarily accommodated within a regulatory framework. And in this scenario, we would design a program where if a business discloses and certifies to us that they are engaging in these kinds of practices, we deem them a certified Fair Work Week or certified employee friendly, or this could be expanded to family friendly policies business. And the intent of that is then to celebrate those businesses, list them on the website, help market them, give them a sticker for their door. This provides information, valuable information to employees that are job seeking, and then also to consumers that may wish to vote with their wallet and support those businesses which engage in positive practices. And finally, the last option is actually sort of a hybrid of the prior two. Regulation with the incentive program. This would be an arrangement where a regulation, an ordinance is passed, it's affecting a certain set of businesses, but the voluntary program is also rolled out at the same time and is made broadly applicable to a bigger subset of businesses. Under this scenario, one possible way of incentivizing the incentive program, so to speak, or participation in that program, would be to allow some consideration for firms that would otherwise be subject to the regulations. But if they choose to show us that they are good actors in this space, that we would certify them, maintain their certification, and the regulation wouldn't apply to that business. One possible combination of that. There are many, many, as I mentioned, permutations of hybrid approaches that could be taken. But in the event that a regulation or a regulation with incentive program, any regulatory elements are the preferred approach, there's a whole another set of options to consider. The first and probably the most important one to consider is the applicability. We've presented in the staff report a number of options for this. There are many others, but these are some of the most obvious ones. Retailers with 55 or more employees in Emeryville. This was actually suggested casually at the prior study session on May 17th. And we have included lists for you on your dais, because they're recently updated, of what each of these scenarios look like, and we added one at the request of Council Member Asher. Retailers with 55 employees or more would cover about 11 businesses, but about 51% of the retail workforce. Another option, that which is modeled after the efforts of eBase in their proposal, their draft ordinance that they provided to you all, but with some slight modifications, is retailers and fast food restaurants with 12 or more locations globally. I want to pause here because the reason we are using 12 or more locations globally is meant purely to catch chain stores. For the purposes of our study and for the purposes of this discussion, we define chain stores as having 12 or more locations. It's because that data is relatively easy to find. And we have not distinguished between independently owned franchises and corporate-owned stores. That's important to understand as well, because there is a difference there. But for sake of speed of delivery of this analysis, we use 12 or more locations. Easy to figure out because almost every retailer and restaurant lists all of their locations because they want you to find them. If this option is pursued, we would need a definition of fast food. There's not currently a definition of fast food in the city municipal code. And with the rise of the fast casual formats, so-called fast casual, there's a bigger gray area between McDonald's and Denny's now. There's some that are somewhere in the middle. And the differentiation can be counter service, service of alcohol, those sorts of things, but that's something that would need to be decided on in order to pursue this sort of applicability. It also, as I noted, we'd have to talk about the inclusion of franchises and whether or not those would be something that you'd be interested in being applicable. Third, This option greatly increases, by the way, the number of entities that would be under the regulation and doubles the number of employees, roughly. Retailers with 55 or more employees locally and all restaurants. We ran this one because just to see what would happen if we took where the greatest schedule variances were occurring, what that would look like. We're not recommending this approach. Let me just say that now. The reason it looks this way is because restaurants do have more schedule variance. Because, as I noted before, they often send people home early. And so this one includes even more than the prior definition, but it also hits a lot of local small businesses that we have heard there's not a lot of interest in regulating. And so we're not recommending this approach. But if the data is relied on exclusively in terms of where the variances are occurring, that is what it would look like. And this is reflective of the fact that restaurants have different operating models than retailers. Exception for another decision, once this applicability, the universe is defined, if it's a hybrid, there needs to be, whether we elect to provide an exception for businesses participating or certified in the voluntary program or not. And there's an option also in terms of applicability of whether to include property services contractors. That would be the janitorial and security staff and what associated contract staff for covered employers. All options related to applicability. Once that's established, the core of Fair Work Week is schedule notice. And that said, if the problem to be addressed is the variance in work schedules, there's no guarantee, variance only, not the changes to the work schedule, there's no guarantee necessarily that the notice provisions or predictability pay would necessarily address that, because you could still post a schedule that widely varies the days and times of work for employees. And so we have an option in there that if the notice provisions could be omitted. If the notice provisions are omitted, it would follow then that also predictability pay would be omitted because they're tied together. If schedule notice is included, it does no good without the predictability pay or a right to decline the shifts. They are interdependent, but there's enough different factors to consider here that we've addressed them separately. So if you include the notice provisions, you can require predictability pay with exceptions, meaning, for example, San Francisco's ordinance, which requires or which allows an exception to paying predictability pay when another employee doesn't give sufficient notice or gives short notice of not coming into work. So in other words, the calling, I'm not going to make it in today, I'm calling in sick. In that case, that's an exception. The employer is allowed to fill that shift and not pay predictability pay. Another approach to this would be to require predictability pay for all employer-initiated changes, with only a few exceptions for really tremendous things like disasters or power outages and the like. And then finally, and what we've included in the recommendation that follows, is a right to decline the schedule change. Similar to the clopening provisions we'll offer later, and we'll go through later, the right to decline to say, well, if you want to change my schedule, I have a right to turn that down, and there would be language relating to non-retaliation for that turn down. In other words, giving some degree of stability into what the posted schedule is, so that at least that can be relied on. Other elements that would be included, or that are typically included, or can be included, and these are additional options for consideration, is the offer of hours provision. It could be omitted. We found, as I mentioned, a lot of underemployment, or at least a significant amount of underemployment in the sector. And this was opposed, but less actively or robustly than some of the other provisions that we went through by the business community. But this is the idea. The offer of hours just provides a right of first refusal for additional hours before hiring. So there's a holding period, 72 hours, whatever, where the hours would be posted and a process spelled out for an existing employee to say, hey, I'll take those hours. So those provisions could be included. Another provision to either omit or include is this clopening shifts concept, which is the same, which is a right to decline shifts separated by 11 hours or less, without retaliation. Again, similar to what we discussed under right to decline schedule changes. Finally, right to request a flexible arrangement. This, to me, seems like something that's easy to include. It wasn't opposed at all, hardly at all, by the business community, and is actually a part of many states' laws already. Interestingly, not California's, but under many states, the employees have a right to request a flexible work arrangement, and that can take any number of forms. It could be regular hours, it could be certain hours, it could be telecommuting for obviously for non-retail type employees, and those sorts of arrangements. And likewise, if that request is submitted, it cannot be retaliated against. The employer has to, in good faith, consider that request and try to accommodate it. This goes directly to the concept of schedule control. So, our staff recommendation, there's a lot of options there. We sought to develop a recommendation that balances these factors. As I mentioned, some of them are in tension with each other. The things we're balancing in order to try to achieve the stated objective is to give credence to our survey findings, also to the input that we've received from businesses, which has been fairly substantive, and also balancing this against Emeryville's particularly unique with regard to this kind of policy, our small staff and our small geography and our administrative resource to enforce and actually implement these sorts of regulations. So in doing so, our recommendation is to use the hybrid approach, regulate with the cooperative incentive program. The ordinance would apply to retailers with 55 or more employees locally only, and would include the schedule notice requirements and a right to decline changes that occur within a week of the scheduled shift. The schedules would be required to be posted 2 weeks in advance. We'd also include the offer of hours provisions, the right to decline clopenings provisions, and the right to request a flexible work arrangement. Then, alongside this regulatory tool, we would advocate for or suggest that a cooperative program open to all retailers and food service businesses also be developed, and that businesses that end up certified under this to yet be determined program would have the incentive of being exempt from the ordinance should they actually meet the certification requirements, which could be set at a level higher than the baseline requirements of the ordinance. In any case, it wouldn't make a tremendous amount of sense to have both duplicating each other. The benefit of that approach is that it tries to balance the fact that the regulatory approach doesn't offer a lot of flexibility to businesses. It does, by going to retailers 55 or more employees locally. These are some of the retailers that we saw more schedule variance in. These, by going to 55 or plus employees, it's only 11 businesses, which greatly reduces the administrative burden on the city, but yet covers 51%, over half of the retail workforce. And by then coupling this with a voluntary program, we not only provide wide coverage and a test bed to see whether or not that is effective or not, but we're also providing an approach to see whether the regulatory approach is more or less effective or equally effective to the certification and cooperative approach outlined in the voluntary program. And so we effectively build an experiment in Emeryville. We'll close with some discussion questions. These mirror those that are in your staff report. We lead off with it. Depending on where you land, you may want to take the first one last. Do you want to do additional outreach to the business community? And then we get into the policy options. Which big picture policy options do you want to pursue? Advocacy, regulation, cooperative program, or a hybrid of some combination of those? If a regulatory option is selected, which ordinance options should be included? In terms of applicability, what's a covered employer? do we include advance notice of schedule requirement? If so, does predictability pay or right to decline, is that included? Do we include an offer of hours provision? Do we include the right to decline openings provisions? And do we include the right to request flexible work arrangement condition? And then finally, and I think this is important, what we've done here by going out and seeing what the conditions are like today in Emeryville for these workers, and it has provided us with a baseline to look at. Whatever options are selected, we can come back 2 years from now and run the same survey and determine whether or not these work, or whether we've seen some sort of countervailing problem manifest itself in the meantime. Are there other factors that you would want us to consider other than what we've looked at now, and in terms of a baseline study for the future, so that to the extent we're able to at this late time be able to gather that information so that we're prepared in year 1 or 2, whenever. And I'll close with that. And with that, I guess I put 2 questions to City Council.
Yes, we're going to move on to City Council clarifying questions, but I just want to reiterate to anyone who wishes to speak on this item, please submit a speaker card if you haven't done so yet. And with that, I will open it up to questions for our staff. Jack?
Chad, so I have a couple of questions. In terms of janitorial and security, when that study was conducted, do we know if we talked to janitorial and security staff as part of the study?
We do not.
Okay.
And I suspect not, because we asked the question, where do you work? We know where the respondents work. And they were indexed then in order that we might categorize that we meet the quotas. Uh-huh. So if they reported that they work at ABC Janitorial, they wouldn't have been on the list and it would have terminated the interview.
Oh, okay. Okay. And then did folks have more than one job? Or I didn't see a mention of this, but was just curious if that was a question that was asked or... Okay, and then also in the study, there was a chart listing the number of employers, and it was left blank for IKEA and the number of employees. IKEA and Home Depot, it's on, let me see if I can find the page. And I just in terms of kind of consistent data, I'm wondering, I'm imagining that maybe that was captured in another part, even though it isn't represented here. I guess, see, I'm scrolling through it. It doesn't really have page numbers on it.
Right.
It's table 4.
Of the Henny Group memo?
Henny Group, yeah. Home Depot and IKEA have the total number of completed surveys, 0. Oh, that's what it is, completed surveys. So Home Depot and IKEA, we didn't have surveys from them?
No,
or?
I have 28 completed Home Depot, table 4. And 5 completed IKEA, so I'm not sure
why they have that.
I just printed this off the same system, so
okay.
I'll have to.
But you got some surveys.
Yeah. We did not get enough from IKEA, I will say that.
Okay.
So we only had 5, but
okay.
We oversampled Home Depot because of the similarities in size.
Okay. I may have some more things, but.
Sure.
Question, Mayor?
Yes, Ruth.
I just want to know of the franchises that you looked at, do you know how many are corporate owned and how many are owned by individuals?
We do not. We did not have that information at the outset, and
do you have a way of procuring that information?
In the long run, we do, yes, but not in the time frame we had to do this work.
Okay.
So we grouped them all as, if they had like branding, we regrouped them as a chain, which is one of the proposals on the table.
Scott?
I'm interested in the administration costs to this. I realize it's a projected idea. Maybe you could start by saying, have the administration costs for the minimum wage ordinance been about as projected, or and how is that running from a
Mr. Gina.
cost point of view? We allocated a certain amount of staff to administer the minimum wage, And so then we might, be an interesting comparison to know what the projected cost of this program and various permutations might be for the city.
I do not know what the projected costs of the minimum wage ordinance were.
We had projected when we were bringing the minimum wage ordinance to you that there would be that we would need analyst time in order to one full-time analyst or to manage the implementation and enforcement. And then there was a certain amount of city attorney time and being able to advise on the enforcement part of that. We would, I would project that we would also need a certain amount of management analyst time in order to implement the ordinance. So that is both responding to questions from employers who are looking to see if they are, if they fit within the definition of a covered employer, and how they might, and questions regarding compliance, and then also from employees who would be calling about enforcement questions. So that's the management analyst would be necessary to, be the front line to both the employer and the employee community. You'd also need a certain amount of city attorney time to help on advising on enforcement. And then finally, the proposed ordinance that we put before you has a hearing officer provision there as well. So there might be some cost if there was an enforcement action that required an administrative hearing.
It would just be nice if we had some.
Yeah, we have not run those numbers. So.
Well, if I may, we do have some estimated costs on page 9 of your staff report. Now, I'm not sure if it factors in the hearing officer or some of the other things that have just been mentioned, but there is a under the fiscal analysis, as I said on page 9, there's an estimated annual expense for each of the 4 high-level policy options that Chad described. So for advocacy, it's $14,000 a year. For regulation, it's $91,000 a year. For the cooperative incentive program, it's $91,000 a year. And for the regulation with incentive, it would be $95,000 a year. Again, these are rough, high-level estimates.
Does that answer your questions?
Council members, if I can just clarify, a great deal of it depends on what option is chosen. So once we know that, I think that staff would be able to provide a much more accurate idea.
Okay. Chad, could you kindly repeat and characterize the outreach that was done to the business communities?
Sure. So in terms of outreach to the business community, I characterize the interviews that we had with them, collecting some of the information as outreach. We close all of those interviews, those contacts with, if you're interested in this, you need to come to this meeting or that, or give me your email so that I can let you know about things in the future. I also, the employer forum was a meeting held specifically targeted to employers, both managers and corporate. We sent mail flyers to all of the folks on our business list of potentially affected businesses, and Bay Street gave us a vacant storefront to hold this meeting in, which is convenient since it's close to a lot of Bay Street. The Bay Street has a big concentration of potentially affected businesses, and we went through the ordinance there. We had we've sent then a mailer for this meeting, as well. Similarly, during this whole time, the list is growing because more people are coming in contact and giving me emails, so it's slightly getting bigger. And then finally, I was invited to speak with some folks, some independent businesses at Little City Emeryville very recently, and we went over this, broadly speaking, the topic there as well, though most of those businesses I would not characterize as potentially affected at this point, at least directly. So that about sums it up.
Okay, and then have you received any input from businesses on the draft ordinance that was included in the staff report?
I've received the same materials that you've received on that, which have been provided to you in the last few hours. Most of that correspondence came in very recently.
But I guess
The staff recommendation?
yeah. So I've seen all those letters, and there's a couple that we haven't had time to read because they're coming in right now. But my curiosity is about specific recommendations or suggestions or changes to the ordinance. Have you seen anything that would fall into that category? Or more broad?
It's more broad. Pretty much, it's fairly universally opposed by the business community. I mean, that I can really only characterize. I shouldn't say universal because I haven't talked to everybody, but from everybody I have talked to, I don't believe I've had one conversation that said, we don't have any problem at all with this. It's been characterized as problematic, intrusive, punitive, those kinds of things.
Right, but I'm trying to get at, are there specific suggestions that would rectify, if an ordinance were to move forward, are there specific suggestions that would rectify the uneasiness or with the folks you're speaking with?
If I could just jump in here, in my conversations with Chad, he's indicated that the concept of predictability pay is the thing that is the most universally disliked by the business community, and the right to decline shifts is something that they indicated they could live with, although they're not wild about that either.
I can only scale them on levels of dislike.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
I would be interested to know if there is anyone from the business community here tonight. Could we ask if anybody could?
I think there's some hands. Yeah. Sure.
Very good, very good.
Okay, so if there are no more clarifying questions, I think we should hear from the public at this point. Again, if you have not filled out a speaker card, please do so. I've got several of them. What I'm going to do is read off maybe 4 or 5 names at a time, if you don't mind lining up so we can keep things expeditious. You'll have 3 minutes each to speak. If you don't need your whole 3 minutes, please, especially if you've heard what you want to say come out of someone else's mouth, you feel free to say that you concur and that you share those sentiments with that person. And let's also try to keep it calm in the room and refrain from applause, please. We could do the jazz hands when we want to agree with folks. So the first names I'm going to call up are Cynthia Nucamendi, Julia Marmonti, Casey Gilly, and Katie DeFora, or DeFova, sorry. So Cynthia? Go ahead, Ashley. Yeah.
My name is Ashley, and I'm with ACE. Cynthia actually, she was here, and she got scheduled last minute on Friday, and she came on her lunch to speak, but unfortunately she didn't have the time to speak. So she just wanted me to urge Councilmember Roof to finish the job on behalf of the op-ed that you signed in favor of her, and basically include her in this by making sure that 55 plus globally is implemented in this policy.
Okay, thank you. Julia Marmonte. So would Casey Gilly and Katie please line up behind Julia so we can keep the flow going?
Hi, I'm Julia. I work for a Bay Street store. I'm a manager of a Sephora. We have multiple locations throughout the Bay Area in different volumes. Depending on your store volume would depend on how many people you have working for you. The workload that is associated with keeping track of, somebody calling out or somebody not being able to fill their shift, somebody having to get somebody to come in for them. Some of our stores have over 170 employees. The workload that is attached to that is a lot to take on for some of these stores. Also, with when we do have hours and we want people to come in, you know, I work for a company who prides themselves on people. People is one of our first priorities. We have values within our company. One of our values is work-life balance. I have a, you know, speaking for myself as a manager, I have a very personal relationship with my employees. I would hate for it to get to the point when, you know, I have mothers who work for me and there's a problem with their child. They need to go home for daycare. It comes into that point where now I'm having to ask them, hey, like, you can go home, but I would need for you to find somebody to cover your shift. I feel like that really puts a burden on that relationship that you have with your employees. It also puts a burden on just general empathy for your employees that you have within your store. That really breaks that relationship. Also, when you have employees who are sick and they want to go home, you know, they tend to want to come to work at that point because they don't want to have to find somebody to fulfill their shift, or it just puts another burden on them within that realm, as well as just that overall feeling of having that family, you know, within your management and your employees. Sorry, I'm trying to go off topic because my phone is dying here. What else was it that was that pretty much what I was covering? Yeah. So I just wanted to speak on those points. You know, like I said, we pride ourselves on our people and our people relationships, and I feel like this would really affect that. It wouldn't have that personal touch to that relationship anymore, which would in turn cause more problems for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Casey Gilly. I'm the Human Resources Manager for Sephora, and I concur with what Julia said. Our organization has a huge focus on people and life-work balance. Our managers currently have open dialogue around employee needs. Employees have an impactful input on their schedules. When they have needs, they are generally met. In my previous job, I was the project manager for the SF Ordinance that we put into place, and we saw a significant impact on the culture of employees who felt like they couldn't call out sick because they knew the store's budget. They understood the impact of getting their shift covered. They didn't want to put that burden on the store. They took a lot of ownership in their work. And we did notice that employees were very concerned about, you know, how is this affecting our bottom line? And these are hourly employees we're talking about who were so aware of the policy that they didn't want to disrupt the business. We were having to have conversations about, no, if you're sick, go home, don't worry about this. We're going to figure this out. But in my time there, I had multiple conversations about this same issue. There's also a lot of difficulty in managing the conversations around penalty pay. It is awkward. It does break the authenticity of the relationship between the manager and the employer. We currently have policies in place when somebody needs to call out sick or isn't able to cover a shift that are not coercive. They're voluntary. Employees declining shift doesn't impact our perception of their performance. We don't view somebody who isn't able to pick up more shifts as less valuable, and we certainly don't treat them any differently if they're unable to do so. So I would hope that all of these things are taken into account, that there are many employers who already have these things in place to do right by their employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie?
Hi, my name is Katie Dufford. I'm the HR manager at the Target here in Emeryville on 40th Street. So I'm proud to say that we do employ 350 team members on average at our location, obviously a little bit more during the holidays. And we do pride ourselves in being part of the Emeryville community. We do work with a bunch of local organizations, and most recently we're proud of receiving the K to College recipient of the Hero Award, both because our team members volunteer in the community and because we have been able to help support the organization. So thank you for allowing me to come in here and speak in response to the pending Fair Work Week policy that City Council is working on. At Target, we value our team members, and we know that they're our most important asset. So we create a culture in our store where we do have to prioritize the needs of our team members and then the needs of our guests as well. So the communication piece between the store manager and our team members is something super important to us. we are able to resolve issues that team members may have, and we do have a system that generates a schedule, but that is just a basic guideline. My role in the field of HR in the store is to make sure any issues are resolved. So each store does have an HR manager, and I actually have a team of 3 HR team members, so we constantly have HR coverage throughout the store. This is because we are a really high volume Target store. So we empower our team members to do what they need to in their personal lives, so we do approve any availability requests that the team member makes. And then we also post our schedule 10 days in advance so that they can plan for their life events. We do approve different time off and different availabilities as well. So for us, it's a complex issue because, scheduling is very difficult for us. So while we have this schedule to help us keep track of things like minor compliance, meal compliance that we have to regulate, it'd be very difficult to have something where it would be a blanket approach to this schedule, and I would be limited in my dialogue with our team around issues. So when I was reviewing this ordinance, something happened today that came to mind that would be difficult to handle if it had passed. So I had a team member that told me that she needed to talk to me. She comes into my office, starts breaking down crying, and she showed me that she had bruises on her arm. She was in an abusive relationship, had just kicked that person out of her house, and she just didn't know what to do. She was shaking, told me she was scared. My first reaction as a person is are you safe? Do we need to contact the police? Do you need to go home and change the locks on your doors? So for me, she did want to do that, and it was all voluntary, but I would hate to be put in a place where I couldn't suggest those things for the team member to take care of their best interest. So balance and flexibility is a priority for us, and we want to make a point to survey our team members on our annual Best Team Survey, and then as me and the HR community, we do make sure to have walking chats with our team where they address any needs that they have.
That's your time. Okay. Thank you. Okay, can I have line up, please? Stephen Manlove, Angie Minetti, Lionel Stevens, and Pete Webb. And Stephen, you can go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Yes, hello. My name is Stephen Manlove, and I am the DHRM for the Home Depot. I am proud to say that I've worked for the Home Depot for the past 17 years. My responsibilities include staffing, training, and developing, and ensuring our stores are compliant with the Home Depot policies. My main focus is to ensure my associates are taken care of. That includes temporary associates, part-time associates, and full-time associates. As far as the scheduling, while we provide schedules well in advance, 2 weeks and soon to be 3 weeks in a month time, schedule changes are necessary in retail to ensure our call-outs are covered and provides additional hours for our part-time associates. We understand life happens. Our associates have things and needs outside of the workplace, and we want to make sure that we're there for them and able to allow them to leave and provide coverage for their shifts. Our part-time associates benefit from this because we allow them to work the extra hours. Unfortunately, we can't foresee some of those schedule changes, and we feel that passing this will pretty much inhibit us or penalize us for allowing those associates to take those additional hours. Also, we do not cut part-timers' hours, meaning if you're scheduled to work 25 hours for that week, you're guaranteed to work those 25 hours unless, of course, you add additional hours or take additional shifts. So that is an awesome benefit to our part-time associates. The Home Depot prides itself on providing the maximum hours for our part-time associates. We have a scheduling system in which the associates, when they come in and hire, they say how many hours they wish to average a week. We have some part-timers that only want to work 4 hours a week, believe it or not. We have some part-timers that want to work 30, and we have some part-timers that want to work all the hours in between. We allow those part-timers to dictate what days they work in the amount of hours they want to work per week. So typically those part-timers that want to maximize the hours will put on their schedule the maximum amount of hours I can work is 29. If they happen to be scheduled 25, we will go to those part-timers and say, hey, such and such called off today. Are you willing to stay extra couple hours, or are you willing to pick up a 4-hour shift tomorrow? So we feel that we have a great relationship with our part-time associates, and we want to keep that going strong. So we look forward to continued dialogue on this matter. We are open, we are here to listen, but we do urge to not rush to pass this.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Angie Minetti.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Angie Minetti, and I'm here on behalf of the California Retailers Association. First and foremost, I do want to thank you and appreciate your willingness to reach out to the business community on this issue. We certainly appreciated the opportunity to participate in the employer forum, and really felt that a lot of our input was considered in this report. So we certainly appreciate that. I understand that you do have concerns with scheduling, but having members that are operating in San Francisco, we have learned what some of the unintended consequences are with this type of scheduling policy that has been implemented. I think the rulemaking was exceedingly challenging, trying to figure out which scenarios fall under which exceptions, and it has been extremely challenging managing the schedule changes and which ones fall under, which ones qualify for predictability pay and which ones fall under the exemptions. Just that in and of itself has been incredibly complicated to manage, which is why many of our members that are operating in San Francisco are now choosing to either allow shifts to go completely underworked, which is actually an additional burden to those employees that are working those shifts, or as opposed to calling additional employees or facilitating those schedule covers that need to be facilitated when there are last minute changes. So those are some challenges that we have been experiencing in San Francisco. I wanted to talk about the statistics that we have heard today. I think that we have heard some very compelling numbers from the employee survey that was conducted here in the city. 63% report that their total hours worked were consistent from week to week. 87% say that their employees have an influence in their work schedule. 76 report that their schedule has never changed with less than 24 hours notice. I think that the data is very much reflective of the rule that is done among the retail industry when it comes to scheduling and scheduling policies. For these reasons, we strongly urge you to continue this policy conversation with the business community. In San Francisco, Mayor Ed Lee returned the ordinance unsigned after the Board of Supervisors had approved it because he felt there was a lack of engagement with the business community. I believe that your city and your council and staff are on the right track as far as engaging us and hearing our business, our best practices. We want to continue that conversation and see how we can work with stakeholders on a palatable approach that identifies the real scheduling issues that exist in Emeryville. Also,
thank you, Angie.
Thank you.
Lionel Stevens.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lionel Stevens. I'm the store manager for the Emeryville Home Depot. I've been with the company of Home Depot for 22 plus years. Started off as a cashier. I've been in the Emeryville store now roughly 3.5 years. Just really from the beginning for me, starting off as a part-time cashier, going to school, being able to switch my schedule, or asking someone, hey, let's swap schedules, or hey, I'm not going to be able to make it in if it's for school, if it's for my son, things of that nature, definitely helped me out throughout my career. So as a store manager, we have an open door policy. Our core value is all about taking care of our associates. We live it and breathe it every single day. And literally, since I've been in the Emeryville store, I can tell you every single day, there's not a day that goes by where an associate comes to me about something that's going on in their lives where we need to change, they ask us to change their schedules or work a different shift. And 100% of the times, we find a way to say yes to our employees, no matter what the situation is. If it's a death in the family, if they forgot to miss a date and they need to go out to a birthday party, a quinceañera, whatever the case may be, we truly find a way to make sure we make it happen. With 300 plus associates that we currently have in the store, those things happen on a day-to-day basis. And we have an open door policy to where we make sure we offer the best solution for the associate, because we understand that that's the core value that we live and breathe every single day in regards to taking care of our employees. So just wanted to make sure I made that known here and make sure you guys understand that by passing this ordinance, it kind of restricts us as a leadership team, as a store manager, to do what's right for our associates every single day. Very passionate about what we need to do and take care of our associates. Thank you.
Thank you. Pete Webb.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Pete Webb. I'm the district manager with the Home Depot, including the Emeryville as well as the East Bay stores. I'm here to urge you, to consider continued dialogue and not to impose a one-size-fits-all scheduling ordinance that would impose, strict scheduling mandates that reduces our ability and our associates' flexibility, could discourage additional hiring, and that would significantly impact our ability to provide great customer service at the Home Depot. And at the Home Depot, we are committed to taking care of our people and driving our scheduling practices to be best in the class. And just like Lionel said, as a 22-year-plus associate, I too started off part-time, was able to continue my education through Home Depot through college, pursue my sports endeavors, and Home Depot allowed me to continue that while providing for my family, right? It also allowed me the flexibility when my father started a commercial fishing business here in the Bay Area to help him start off where I was able to continue full-time status at night and assist my father during the day to get his business started and get him on his feet. So again, Home Depot, we are committed, to a set of core values, and number one being taking care of our folks, taking care of our employees, and always doing the right thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next group is Minaj, Janelle Mercurio, Mauro Rivero, and Mariah Larkins.
Hi, good evening. I'm Manoj. Restaurant, small, franchised. And I was sitting listening to all this, and I'll keep it so brief. This looks like a hammer looking for nails. Everything looks like a nail to this hammer. Small, franchised restaurants, doesn't work. We are fine. We don't have any challenges like this. Our challenge is the other way. I hoped coming into this chamber that maybe I'll have a solution to my 7 a.m. in the morning problem when people call in sick. I have the problem the other way. I don't have people to cover. So small businesses with very few people have a different problem. They do not have a problem of short hours. No, the problem is when somebody is sick, who does that work? That's our problem. Thank you. Bye.
Janelle?
Hi, good evening. My name is Janelle Mercurio. I'm a proud Emeryville resident. I've been managing Starbucks in Emeryville, 2 different locations for 5 years now. I currently have 18 partners on my team. Each of those partners have an availability, days and times they can work, as well as a preferred availability, the times within those days that they would prefer to work. In addition, I'm given weekly requests from my partners asking for, I know I normally work this day, but I'd like it off because I'm going to the beach or I'm hanging out with my friends. And I take all of that information into consideration and then make a thoughtful schedule that still supports my staff and still supports my customers on a day-by-day basis. That being said, there are times when last-minute changes are necessary to the schedule. I have 2 examples just this week where one of my partners, Cassandra, she has a young 1.5-year-old son whose babysitter never showed up. And so I said, you know what, we'll take care of it, don't worry about it, take care of your kid. And I called around, found coverage for her shift, and business went on as usual. My assistant manager, she just found out that she needed an emergency medical procedure and needs to take the rest of this week off. And that meant fulfilling her shifts starting tomorrow through the rest of the weekend. So in order to accommodate the real things that happen in people's lives, it's really important that we be able to support our team and support the people who work with us 40 to 50 to 60 hours a week without being penalized for saying, hey, you know what, this happened to Cassandra and I really need your help covering the shift. Are you able to do this for me today? Thank you.
Thank you. Mauro?
Hi, I'm Mauro Rivero from Black Bear Diner. I'm a small business franchisee. I oppose this measure just based on, because it's incomplete on the presentation that your planner made. I mean, for us to truly try to understand what you're trying to achieve, which sounds good, but it really you're really not giving us 4 different options with various ways as to how you may or may not do this. It makes it hard for us as a small business owner to be able to say how this would impact us. As a matter of fact, I think Ms. Atkins, when you asked the planner a question about how this would work, his answer was he didn't know because he hasn't had enough time to do the study. From what I've heard in the presentations, you started this process in May, and here we are in August, 4 months later, and you're looking forward to get this thing done. I mean, that's just, to me, that sounds like you're rushing us. And I would hope that a measure that it's going to impact so many people, both employers and employees, you would be a little bit more deliberate in your analysis and study of it to see how it would impact all of us. Here at our restaurant, I mean, based on what I heard, it may not impact me at all, but at the same time, how I succeed is if the city of Emeryville succeeds. And also with my staff, we work with them very closely to make sure that we can accommodate their hours, because it's a competitive environment out there. You know, people are coming and going all the time. If you drive around just East Bay, there's for help signs everywhere. So we are having a labor shortage. We are paying more than the minimum wage. So it's already a very competitive environment. And, you know, this predictability pay, that is definitely a negative impact on us. The right of first refusal before I hire more staff, that's also another one that impacts a business. I mean, you know, we've all heard of backseat drivers. I mean, this sounds like backseat management of the businesses here in Emeryville. You know, so I understand what you're trying to do, but I would ask that you be a bit more deliberate, and also what you're going to present to the business community and to the employers a bit more detailed, because as it stands right now, even you guys don't know what the answers on a lot of this is going to be. And like I said, even from what the meetings that I attended with your planner, there's just so much out there. It's like, how can anybody plan for how this will impact it and how you will administer it if there's just so much out there to consider? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mariah?
Hi, good evening. My name is Mariah Larkins. I was a former employee of the Target, and I would like to say that my experience at Target wasn't a good one. I was seasonal. They didn't keep me, but they scheduled me for little hours, and then they would call me on the spot to fill in with little to an hour to get there. And as you can see, I have my toddler, so I can't find a babysitter then. As when the weeks went by, as seasonal ended, I was not asked to stay, which forces me to scramble to find a new job. And yet they hired new employees instead of asking the seasonal to stay. And I just urge to pass a good Fair Work Week ordinance into helping with kids and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Manuel? Carmona?
You didn't introduce him. You didn't introduce him.
Say hi. Hi. Oh, no, say my name. It's Sean James. Say Sean James. Hi, James.
Okay, and then after Manuel, can I have Kelby, Carolina, and Tina Sandoval please line up?
Hi, my name is Manuel Carmona. I've worked in Emeryville for a little bit over 5 years now. I first started off working at the Target in Emeryville. I was a seasonal also. After Target, I ended up getting hired at Marshall's in Emeryville. I've been there for 4 years now. And I think I have good experiences, bad experience working in retail, and that goes to any job. But a little bit about the negative experience I've had is that I get called in a lot. And I think when you run a business, you have to make a schedule that's fair for the employees. And in my personal experience, my availability, for example, in the summer, has been completely open. Yet, week to week, I may get 5 hours, I may get 25 hours. It just differs week from week. And I feel like the reason for that is I want to work. I'm really eager to work. And I'm always going to call in to work for many reasons. People may call out, or maybe they schedule somebody for that shift. And that's one thing about businesses and retail, that many times they have those hours just left behind for people just to call in. So, for example, like I said, somebody may call out for whatever reason, and the burden is on me as an employee to come in last minute and help the store make money, because for some reason somebody did call out or they scheduled somebody. However, me, I have to come in last minute, pay out of my own pocket for transportation because I don't drive. And I just feel like passing this 12-work week and having predictability pay will help me as an employee not to pay out of my own pocket being called in last minute. And like somebody mentioned that it's not that every retail store is the same, but you have bad apples, you have good apples. And unfortunately, I may work for a so-so apple, not bad, not good. It's retail. It can't be 100% good, it can't be 100% bad. But for the people like me who are working maybe not so good, not so bad, maybe a little bit better, could be a little bit better. And I hear a lot of good managers talk about how those stores are really good, and which is awesome, but I have issues with my manager, and I think the thing is that you have good stores and you have bad stores, and I feel having one law in place to just regulate what the good ones are always doing will help. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. What's that word? Advocates. Who are they?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Carolina Alas. Yo trabajo en Jack in the Box.
Hello, my name is Carolina and I work in Jack in the Box.
Y yo vengo a representación de Julio Páez. Él está trabajando en Emeryville del Burger King, y como solo le dieron 2 semanas, 2 días esta semana, pues no pudo faltar a su trabajo.
So I'm here, I'm representing my partner, Julio. He works at the Burger King Emeryville, and unfortunately, since he only has 2 days, he can't really step out of his shift for today. So I'm here representing him.
Y quisiera hacerles saber que es muy importante tener un part-time porque se necesita ese dinero, y también que por favor puedan aprobar una ley a los trabajadores, no importa el color y la nacionalidad, y gracias por escucharme.
So she's here to urge you to pass this policy because her partner really needs this part-time in all the hours. ¿Qué más dijiste? Oh, ¿y qué más dijiste después?
Que necesita trabajar las horas.
And so this typical case is more of a on-call shift. Carolina's partners experience a lot of on-calls, and so that's why he's not here, because he got 2 on-call shifts and he needs to keep them. So that's why she urges this policy to be passed.
Y no importa la nacionalidad ni el color de las personas.
She said it doesn't matter the nationality or the color of the person, that there should be a universal policy.
Y gracias por escucharme.
And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Kelby Peeler?
City Council.
So my name is Kelby Peeler. I'm here to stand for a fair work week. And today I wanted to talk about 3 important elements that raise what I think are questions worthy of consideration. 2 of those questions are regarding the implication of the report that was showed today, and the other is regarding the ethical role of the city. First, I think it is important to note that the subjective responses of the interviewed retail workers are a non-stable data. What do I mean by that? The questionnaire in the study divides into 2 broad categories: employer practices and the subjective employee feelings about such practices. Now, because major retailers have varying turnover rates, these subjective responses are bound to change rather quickly if they haven't already since July. Now, new people will be hired, some will be let go, but the practices remain, and a host of new experiences will obviously crop up. The business practices are slower to change and will outlive individual employment. Given this, I think the relevant question is whether or not such practices, which have been confirmed to exist even in the study, whether those practices are fair, regardless of any synchronic analysis of employee satisfaction. The second is the report suggests many businesses already practice some aspects of a fair work week. In fact, many people here on the business side have already stated that. Assuming these businesses do not engage in practices that go against their best interest, it seems many of these fair work week practices do not hurt their bottom line. So one wonders why an ordinance that standardizes such practices would be a problem, since monetarily these practices don't seem anyway to negatively affect them, or it's not obvious. Perhaps the ordinance would create inconveniences like record keeping and maybe some paper filing, but those be non-monetary reasons that do not reference profit. The question that emerges from this is, do these non-monetary reasons against a fair work week outweigh the very real monetary reasons employees have in favor of a fair work week? And finally, this is on a more general note, I believe it is the role of the government, both local and federal, to protect its most vulnerable citizens. It is meant to determine how businesses operate within a moral sphere, not how citizens operate around businesses. And I believe a fair work week will help do just that. So I urge the City Council to continue the fight they're already engaging in and to help employees have a fair work week. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina Sandoval.
Hi, my name is Tina Sandoval. I'm a McDonald's worker and I live in Richmond. And the fair work week will provide more time for us to spend with our kids. And because outside of our workplaces, McDonald's and just like other corporations such as McDonald's, think it's only about them. And we all deserve the same thing, have a good wage pay, but also the hours. They both come together because without the hours, the wage, so we need it together. And I don't know which one of you mentioned about corporation or franchise. McDonald's, it's corporation and franchise, just like a lot of them out there. And at the end of the day, whatever you are, franchise or corporation, customers don't see what it is. It's about the people that are getting paid, that are working less hours and less days. So it's about the working class, not about if it's a franchise or corporation. Because at the end of the day, I don't think that's the least of our problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I call up Petra Reynaga, Paul Stokes, John Demanda, and Rico Johnson?
Hola, mi nombre es Petra Reinaga. Yo trabajo como por 13 años ya en el Burger King.
Hello, my name is Petra Reinaga and I've been working for Burger King for 13 years.
Vengo como todos a pedir que nos apoyen en el pleito por los horarios. Es un pleito porque si yo necesito un día especial en mi trabajo, tengo que pedirlo 4 semanas por adelantado.
I'm here to support the Fair Work Week because my experience has been working in Burger King that when I want to take some time off, I have to schedule that 4 months in advance, and I don't think that's fair.
Y en la tienda donde yo trabajo, me cambian el horario hasta 3 veces por semana.
Where I work, I get my schedule change at least 3 times a week.
Si yo necesito un día especial, lo tengo que pedir con mucho tiempo. Yo vengo a pedir que nos apoyen, que nos den un horario de empleados, no horario de esclavos, porque si van a tratarnos como esclavos, a los esclavos les daban la comida y donde vivir.
She says that she wants a fair work week because she, as an employee, feels like she should have a dignified work week and not be treated like a slave and not be told like, yeah, she feels like that they're deserving of that.
Escuché, no sé dónde, pero ya escuché que la alcaldesa dice que no puede apoyarnos a nosotros los de la comida rápida. Si los capitalistas tienen derecho a tener una alcaldesa que los represente, también la clase trabajadora necesitamos y merecemos una alcaldesa que nos respalde.
She's saying that we need representation in the city council. The city council should represent the people and not just the interests of the businesses here. So we are really asking you that you be fair and listen to our demands, and that we need, really, the workers need your support on this measure.
Y si les pareció un poco grosera a ustedes, discúlpenme, yo nunca fui a la escuela, no tuve el privilegio de educarme. Discúlpenme y gracias.
And if you think I was rude, well, I didn't get the privilege of pursuing higher education because I've been working in Jack in the Box for the last couple decades. So thank you very much. Paul?
Good evening. My name is Paul Stokes. I'm 23 years old, and I'm an every working man, just like a lot of you up in here. And I've been working in Burger King for about 6 months now, since December. And my job, I honestly feel, is that I'm only good for working about 20 hours out the week, But before, I was working about 8 hours a day, 6 days a week. Then out of nowhere, they started just cutting my hours, and now I'm down to 20 hours a week, for 4 days a week. And like my paychecks have just been like, I just looking at my paychecks and I'm like, what is this? Sometimes I'm at a point to where I got to decide where I pay the bills, or do I put some food in my stomach for the week, I honestly have to decide, do I pay bills or do I buy food? And I shouldn't have to do that, And my bosses, they can't even give me a legit reason why, as to why they cut my hours. They tell me, oh, the labor is too high, or so-and-so makes the schedule, we'll look into it. But I can't promise you that, you're going to get better hours, And I'm just asking myself, I don't know, how I'm doing it right now, I'm slaving myself, to get better hours. My job is in Hayward and I live in San Leandro. I got to get by with the bus. Sometimes I don't even have money for the bus. I got to walk. I got to be up at 4:30 in the morning and walk all the way to Hayward just to be at work on time at 7 o'clock, and I don't know, they just don't seem to care, and not that I'm asking for any sympathy, but that should just say a lot, how hard I'm willing to work, and I need these hours, It's I'm young, yes, but my work ethic says that I want to work hard, because all I'm asking for is just a better living, stable life, like a lot of us have here, some of us don't have that luxury at the moment, because series of unfortunate events. So I'm just asking you, please, just at least think about it, at least think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. John Tabanda?
My name is John Diamanda, and I work at McDonald's. I've worked there about 6 years, and I only work there 12 hours a week some weeks. This week I've got about 18 hours for a week, but I just can't live on that. And the schedule is always changing. I never know exactly what days I'm going to work, very much in advance, and so this kind of measure would really make a big difference. And all the cities in California, and basically the whole United States, are looking at Emeryville to see what you do. And they'll imitate what you do. So you can make a big impact on the whole world, really. I think that if I had to schedule in advance enough, I could go back to school. And what I really want to do is get my MBA. But right now I just can't do that because I don't have enough money and I don't know what hours I'm working, so I can't register for the classes. So you could really make a big change in my life if you pass this thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, first off, what I wanted to say is, according to what we've heard here, the testimonies from the workers, this issue here is a little bit more than just about scheduling. It's actually about providing individuals with the chance to have a sustainable standard of living. I'm a manager at a Taco Bell restaurant in Richmond, Virginia. Richmond, California. We just came back from a convention there, so I'm still kind of confused. But, I have firsthand experience of the company policies that affect, the employees' minimum or the minimum wage employees. And unfortunately, the policies are in accordance with the law. The average, minimum wage employee, they work 6 hours a day. And labor laws mandate that if an employee works 5 to 6 hours, by law, they have to take a 5 or a half an hour break. So when you're looking at an individual who is scheduled for 30 hours, that 30 hours then becomes 28. So as you can see, that in conjunction with the low wages right now that we have as minimum wage employees, you can see how the numbers significantly impact on a negative way the workers. I want to finish by saying that, government is an entity that is put in place for and by the people. So as elected officials of Emeryville, you are obligated to act in the best interest of the people who elected you into office. So I do believe that, this ordinance would benefit greatly the individuals in Emeryville. And it should be more about that than the corporations and businesses that are profiting from our labor. And thank you.
Thank you. Can I have lined up Reverend Kurt A. Kuwald, Patricia Contreras Flores, David Brazil, and Ashley Gonzalez?
Good evening. It's evening, isn't it? Yes. Yeah. Well, thanks for the opportunity to have this conversation. I think it's really critical because I think you're here because there's a problem. I mean, there is a problem. There are workers that are being shorted. There are workers whose lives are vulnerable. There are workers who are not getting the pay that they need. There are workers that are not getting the shifts that they need. They're not getting the time that they need. There is a problem. That's why you did the study. The question is, are you going to protect the vulnerable workers? And I think that's why I'm here. That's why I'm interested in this kind of work. That's why I, as a person of faith, I step into the Faith Alliance for a Moral Economy. That's where I volunteer my time. And it's because I'm concerned about this vulnerability, the vulnerability that you're hearing here tonight. And this is what I really want you to pay attention to. This is what I'm really asking you to step up to and take into consideration and make sure that as you are making the decisions with this very complex situation, which seems to me to be a shortened research time, but as you're looking at this complexity, to keep those workers in mind. Do not forget those workers. Because underneath all of this, underneath the profit, underneath the businesses, underneath all of this are human lives. And this is what we're really here to protect. And that's part of the function that you have when you took your office, is that you knew that you were going to do that. And you were going to be put into this bind. You were going to be put into the bind of having to try to balance business with vulnerability. Okay? Balance business with success, balance business with thriving, balance business with vulnerability. And that's the thing that, as I say, I want you to hear these voices, hear these people. And we are talking about sustainable living. We're talking about health. It's more than simple hours. It's stress that comes with limited hours. It's stress that comes with shifts that change. It's stress that comes with a lack of predictability. That's why we even put predictability in here as a conversational point, as a regulation point, is that predictability is absolutely essential for us to live healthy lives. And these folks that you're hearing that are stepping up here, that are volunteering to come forward, I don't think it's easy for these folks to do this. When we're standing outside and we're waiting to come in and I'm talking to them, how you doing, how you feeling, there's always a great deal of nervousness around it, because it's like stepping forward and trying to present themselves to you who can make these decisions for their lives and change their lives is really a very big deal. So I'm really proud of the folks that step up here and use this microphone, and thanks for the time.
Thank you. Patricia?
Hi, good evening. Patricia Contreras Flores. I am the lead community organizer at eBase, and I've been serving working class families for over 15 years. 304 surveys in 2 months. I'm pretty impressed. But I wonder how many workers were asked these questions outside of the work site. How many workers had a supervisor nearby or somewhere in the shop when being interviewed? How many of the interviewers know about retaliation? It's very real. How many of us in this room could be completely truthful when asked questions about our jobs in front of our supervisors? And the fact that there was an employer forum, but there wasn't an employee forum. I asked the council to question how accurate and truthful this study is, considering that there was not a robust engagement with the workers. Thank you.
Thank you. David Brazil.
Good evening, Council. I'm David Brazil with the Faith Alliance for a Moral Economy. So I do interfaith work throughout the Bay Area with people who are very concerned with social justice issues, including the minimum wage, people who really supported Emeryville's High Road and the minimum wage, and people who really feel that Fair Work Week completes the effort that was put forth in the minimum wage, and that it is part and parcel of the dignity that workers deserve, and that we, as people of faith from different traditions, see as the divinity in them and in all of us and what we share in common. In my tradition, which is a Christian tradition, Christ says, as you do it for the least of these, so have you done it to me. And everyone who hears that as scripture really has to take it into their heart and say, have I taken care of the most vulnerable among us? Have we heard these voices tonight to hear people who are struggling financially, who are struggling even with the hope to do something different with their lives than the jobs that they may have right now, people who may not have had, every advantage in the world, but still, are looking hopefully towards the possibility of structuring their lives in a positive way. Fair Work Week really allows folks like that to look towards education and also to support their families and just take care of themselves. That's something that we leave off the table. We all just need time to take care of ourselves too. I think it's really important. We've heard from a lot of fast food workers tonight to remember that fast food actually has to be part of what the city passes. I think that it can't be separated out, so we need to lift that up. With that, I thank you for your time.
Ashley Gonzalez.
How's it going, Council? Thanks for having me back again. So as y'all know, my name is Ashley. I'm an organizer here with ACE. I'm here to urge you to pass the Fair Work Week policy by the promised date of November 1st with the implementation of 55 plus globally, employees globally, excuse me. I also want to express the fact that retail is not just for those who didn't have privilege of education. I graduated from Cal Berkeley in 2012, and I still fell into a 7-year series of retail work until I ended up in an organizing position. So it does happen to a lot of different people for many different reasons, excuse me. And so, as I hear people talking about options of waiting 2 years to pass another revision or a review of the policy, I want to ask the business folks, if business was bad, would you wait 2 years to review your policies or what's happening or what's being implemented in your store for business to get back better? Would you wait 2 years to review the employees that you have that are, making your funds or passing on, excuse me, I'm a little bit nervous right now speaking on my behalf, but would you wait 2 more years to, to review what's going on in your business before you change something? Well, workers are waiting week to week to review what's happening in their job, and maybe you say, go get another job, but it's not that easy. Just as how it takes time to interview people and select the best candidates for your job, it also takes time to interview other jobs and select the best job for your person. So once again, I urge you to pass this Fair Work Week in representation of these folks that are dealing with this day in and day out, not every 2 years, but every day, every 3 days where they don't get their schedule and they can't make things that are affecting their lives, and they have to come on their lunch and leave before they even get their chance to speak. I also want to present to council the 230 signed petitions that we have from Emeryville residents as we surveyed and we canvassed folks around the area who actually live in Emeryville, because I know that it was a point that workers aren't all Emeryville residents because we can't afford it. So here are people that are actually Emeryville residents that...
You give that to the city clerk, please.
That are in favor of this and do and believe and support that these policies will make a better Emeryville. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have line up Logan Harris, Eliane Farhat, Jennifer Lynn, and Judy Timmel?
Good evening, Council. My name is Logan Harris, and I'm a researcher at Human Impact Partners. We're a nonprofit based in Oakland, but we work nationally to increase consideration of health and equity in decision making. And I'm here to urge you to pass a strong Fair Workweek ordinance that provides working people in Emeryville with predictable work schedules and sufficient hours. Our research supports the stories that you've heard from workers tonight, that precarious schedules for low-wage workers compromises their and their families' mental and physical health. A Fair Workweek ordinance would support the health of workers here by ensuring that they can earn enough income to support themselves and their families. They can plan for needs like education, childcare, and medical appointments without the stress that comes from unpredictability. Unpredictable work hours and involuntary part-time work lead to unreliable incomes. We know that you've already taken a strong stand in support of working people's well-being by adopting the highest minimum wage in the country, but workers know that higher hourly wages aren't enough if they don't have access to sufficient hours. People who involuntarily work part-time are far more likely to be in poverty than full-time workers, and unstable hours when they're left to the discretion of managers intensify financial strain because those unpredictable hours mean unpredictable incomes. And I want to acknowledge this is really a critical public health issue. There's no single factor that's more important for healthy living than an adequate income, and none is more harmful to health than persistent poverty, which really literally takes years off people's lives. So when working families lack financial resources, when they're not able to plan from week to week, they're forced to make trade-offs between paying rent and purchasing nutritious foods or medical care. Lower incomes are associated with chronic stress and stress-related chronic disease like stroke and cardiovascular disease, and these negative health impacts accumulate for the longer that somebody lives without adequate income. And research on workers in multiple sectors, retail and restaurant, shows that unstable hours and a lack of employee control is associated with higher stress and poor mental health outcomes, including exhaustion, depression, and anxiety. Our analysis of national survey data found that hourly low-income workers who receive less than a week's schedule notice are much more likely to report frequent mental health problems than those who had at least 2 weeks' notice. Precarious work hours also jeopardize the health of workers' families, especially for people caring for children or elders, and also lead to more frequent switching of childcare providers. So in light of all of these negative impacts of unpredictable schedules, a Fair Workweek policy is an important opportunity to protect the health and well-being of Emeryville workers and families. We urge you to adopt a strong ordinance and to continue your commitment to high road employment practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Eliane Farhat.
My timer up so I don't go over. Hi, my name is Eliane Farhat. I am the Deputy Campaign Director in the Fair Workweek Initiative at the Center for Popular Democracy. We're nationally recognized for our expertise on Fair Workweek issues, policy, and research. I am also a former hourly worker, a daughter of hourly workers, a sister of hourly workers, a cousin and a friend to hourly workers. And I know, like so many of the workers we heard this evening, what the phrase time is money really means. And when you are an hourly worker, every hour counts. response. And when you work in an environment where your employer is constantly playing games with your time, you feel like you have no control and no power. And so I just want to quickly touch on 3 points. So first, I just want to say there is clearly a problem demanding a response. The survey that the city commissioned actually showed that 4 in 10 workers in Emeryville that responded have unpredictable schedules that they can't count on. That is an extremely high percentage of working people in the city that demands a response. And I have a study, some remarks from academics on the study that sort of explore it a little bit more. And the response is, I heard one of the people say that things happen in people's lives, and that's true. There is inherent unpredictability in our lives and our schedules. The problem right now is that working people bear the full cost of that unpredictability, and what Fair Workweek policy seeks to do is to balance some of that out. And let's be sure that there are real costs. When you are late to pick your child up from childcare, it's $1 a minute. You're 15 minutes late, that's $15. You show up for work and you already paid for transit across town, that can cost more than your hourly wage. You have lost that money. It's cost you more money to get to work than you made that day. So there are real costs to this unbalance in our workplaces right now. The second point I want to make is that there's a growing swell to respond, and it's exciting to see Emeryville being part of that. And there's a growing swell because we know in our guts and in the stories that we hear that it is about wages and hours. And if you have a high wage but you are not working enough hours, you won't be able to pay the bills. If you're earning paid sick days or paid family leave by the hour but you're not working enough hours at a workplace, you're never going to be able to use it. And so people and policymakers and community members all over the country are taking stands on this. Just recently, we've referenced San Francisco, but recently we also know Santa Clara County passed a policy for their municipal employees that guaranteed more predictable schedules. San Francisco passed a bill guaranteeing a 30-hour work week for building service workers. New Hampshire passed a policy around protecting flexibility and employee input into their schedules. And right now, Seattle and San Jose are seriously debating a policy similar to what's on the table here in Emeryville. So there's real movement and things happening on that front. And then finally, I'll just say really quickly, businesses can do it. So as we were hearing from all the businesses,
that's your time. Thank you.
We know that they can actually get this done.
Thank you. Jennifer Lynn?
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Lynn. I'm with the East Bay Alliance for a Sustainable Economy, and I just want to ask everyone here in support of Fair Work Week to yoo-hoo or wave your hands or stand up. So I know I ceded some of my time to that, but I just wanted to reinforce a few points tonight. I want to thank first the council and the staff for the work that you've put into studying this issue and its impacts on workers and the various options. eBase has submitted our comments to the staff report. I'll also just submit 2 more letters. One is from the Center for Law and Social Policy, and then eBase's comments. I just want to make a few quick points. First, just to reinforce a couple of workers who said, look, there are good managers out there. That's great. But part of what the policy addresses is the whim that workers are at the whim of good managers versus bad managers. So a good manager may leave, and then workers then do not have that relationship or whatever is they counted on, or there can be preferences made for some workers over others. This policy would help equalize that. Also, in terms of a global definition, so you've heard from workers who work for global corporations, and companies in San Francisco and what's being considered in Seattle consider a corporation's global size, scope, and scale, which makes it easier to ensure comprehensive fair workweek protections. Franchises in fast food. You've heard from fast food workers tonight about problems in hours and scheduling in the fast food industry. I want to reinforce, according to the National Employment Law Project, nationally, fast food firms that own multiple establishments employ more than 2/3 of fast food workers. And even the business literature shows that fast food franchises enjoy, quote, significant economic advantages over independent small restaurants. Things like technology platforms for scheduling, location assistance, and access to established brand with widespread recognition. These are things that are materially different than independent, non-franchised food establishments. So fast food franchises should not be treated like small businesses. Lastly, predictability pay. So the letter that I've submitted from the Center for Law and Social Policy raises the issue that without predictability pay, without some accountability to changes in schedules after it's posted, workers will continue to get either skeleton or overstaffed schedules ahead of time, making advanced scheduling virtually meaningless. She states, predictability pay plays a key role in making advanced noticing requirements meaningful. We also know it makes it more likely that a worker will come in if they're compensated an extra hour, relieving managers of having to call through a list of 20 people. I want to commend the City Council for leading the way for improving the lives of working people by supporting a policy to create a fair work week, which is supported by a number of organizations that you've heard from tonight, including the Faith Alliance for a Moral Economy, Residents United for a Livable Emeryville, Fight for 15 Fast Food Workers, and SEIU United Service Workers West. I want to encourage you to include folks like Cynthia, who had to leave, and remember this isn't just about mom and pop shops, it's about multinational billion-dollar corporations. Thank you for your time.
Judy Timmel.
Good evening. I'm a resident of Emeryville for 24 years, and I am in support of Fair Work Week Ordinance. I am also a member of Residents United for a Livable Emeryville, and we have, as a group, endorsed this ordinance as well. Residents do support our workers. We consider them part of our community, and we consider that our community will be stronger if we have residents who are happily employed, satisfied with their work, and compensated properly. This is not an issue about convenience and statistics. It's about fairness, and it's about simple common sense. The policies of Fair Work Week are not extraordinary. They should be a part of every employee's benefits. If there are so many employers who are already complying with this ordinance, then it shouldn't be a problem for them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can I have please line up Ty Hudson, Christy Laughlin, Jeffrey Krober, and Kendra Hernandez. Ty, you can go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to speak on this, and thanks for your leadership in taking this up, following your leadership in taking up the minimum wage earlier. I'm with Unite Here, Local 2850, the Hotel and Food Service Workers Union in the East Bay in Emeryville. We represent workers at the Hyatt House, the Hilton Garden Inn, and Oaks Corner. When hotel workers fight for a union contract, they fight for fairness and stability in their scheduling, having enough hours, just as much as they fight for wages and benefits and all the other parts of a union contract. And I want to urge you on a couple of policy notes that to include fast food franchises in the definition of this, in the coverage of this ordinance. You've heard a lot from fast food restaurants, fast food workers about the necessity of it. You're going to cover a lot more workers, and as Jenny said earlier, these are multinational huge corporations that can afford this and that owe it to the workers of Emeryville. And secondly, on predictability pay is a little like overtime. It's an incentive. Overtime laws don't prohibit scheduling people for more than 8 hours a day or 40 hours a week. It just provides a disincentive to employers to abuse that, and it provides a little extra reward to the employees who have to do it. That's the same concept as predictability pay. So I would urge you to include predictability pay in the ordinance. And finally, we hear all the same objections and all the same rhetoric from non-union hotel bosses in organizing campaigns. All the same rhetoric about how their associates or partners or team members or whatever they call them are like family. I heard it from my own bosses at a non-union hotel 10 years ago when we were organizing a union, shortly before they fired me. My question for them is, if you already maximize employees' hours, what's wrong with the regulations? If you already don't change schedules with too short notice, what's wrong with regulating it? And finally, if you're saying that if this ordinance passes, you're going to start violating state and federal law by refusing to allow employees to take time off to deal with illness or childcare or domestic violence situations, that's not a good relationship with your employees. That's blackmail. After hotels are unionized, they deal with with the different provisions in the union contract about scheduling just fine, but with a lot greater stability and fairness for the workers, which greatly improves their lives and the lives of their families.
Thank you.
Thanks.
It's Christy Laughlin. Okay. Jeffrey Krober.
Hi. I'm tall. I'm Jeffrey Krober. I am the general manager of Townhouse Bar and Grill, a restaurant that has been recognized by the city of Emeryville with a special day. We are first on TripAdvisor, first on Yelp, and first on Open Table, and yet I was not contacted for this study session. My back of the house employees all work pretty much the same schedule week in and week out. My front of the house employees, though they all have schedules, do not. On any given shift, 8 to 10 to 12 employees. Rarely is it the 8 to 10 to 12 employees that are scheduled. They switch constantly. It's one of the reasons why they work there. I'm dealing with single parents. I'm dealing with people in school. I'm dealing with people that work multiple jobs. And trying to juggle all of that, I have people that close open by choice because of their work schedule or their school schedule or their child care schedules. To be penalized for that will cost them their hours and their jobs. I have people that constantly want to make changes constantly at the last minute, and a lot of times our employees handle that themselves, but when they can't, we call them our other employees to try to fill in. We do not coerce, we do not intimidate, we do not threaten anybody. We ask them that they can fill in. Usually there's a negotiation involved. I'll work this night if that person will work my Tuesday day. And we try to arrange all that by putting in the ordinance that's scheduled. If we can't do that anymore, it's only going to hurt my employees. I mean, it'll make my job a lot easier because I'll have a 3-week schedule ahead of time. If people come to me and say, I want to go to a Giants game, or I have a weekend in Tahoe, or my kid's playing in a special tournament this weekend, can I go? I'll have to say no because of the ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kendra Hernandez.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kendra Hernandez. I am a manager at P.F. Chang's China Bistro here in Emeryville. I am opposing to the ordinance because it's being linked up and kind of put in a group that I don't believe involves many of the restaurants here in Emeryville. I personally know all my employees by name. I know their kids. I know not just who goes to school or why they go to school. I know what their major is. I know if their school schedule has to change. I can definitely help, have them help, have their shift covered. And as a matter of fact, most of our staff is, most of them are college students who only work with us because of the flexibility we can provide for them. Their schedules change constantly. And we are able to provide that flexibility for them to continue to do what they need to do in order to, better themselves and whatnot. One of the things that we, as a company, stand for is a couple paradigms that build our company, and one of them is better world. We want to provide a better world for our staff, be able to help them. I too have many employees who are single parents who sometimes need to leave because, their kid is sick or, they couldn't find a babysitter, and these penalties are going to affect the way that we run our business. And unfortunately, I feel that this is going to affect the staff more in a negative manner, and I'm speaking for my staff, in a negative manner. I feel like there's a reason why they stick with us, and it's because of the flexibility we allow them to have with their schedules. And with penalties happening like this, if the ordinance passes, it's going to be extremely difficult for us to be able to continue to run a business with the staff if we cannot be flexible with their school schedule and their kids' schedules. I believe that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have lined up Jessica Lynham, Sarah Betancourt, Marilyn Boucher, and Rob Arias? And Jessica, you could go ahead.
Mayor and members of the council, Jessica Lynham on behalf of the Emeryville members of the California Restaurant Association. The restaurant industry is widely different than that of the retail industry, and it drastically has different staffing needs, opportunities, and business models. For example, local restaurants are faced with multiple burdensome city, county, and state, including federal regulations, not to mention additional fees and taxes that the retail industry currently does not face. Applying a one-size-fits-all approach to the restaurant and retail community fails to take into account that not every restaurant is identical, nor do they operate within a standardized manner. For example, on the list of fast food establishments in the draft ordinance, more than half of those are franchised or independently owned establishments, because I called each and every one of them. Without control of the larger corporation, yet they're being lumped into one category. These franchise establishments are required to run all of their own without the ability to have the company provide the POS systems or other operating systems that have been mentioned this afternoon or this evening. Furthermore, restaurants have external factors beyond the control of the restaurant operator, which have significant impacts on the day-to-day operations, such as weather conditions. We all know changes since we live so close to the bay, large parties that pass through needing last-minute reservations or cancellations if they're late, sporting victories, we all know about the Warriors, and special occasions such as school dances and others. Emeryville employees in the survey noted that only 9% have an issue with getting called in, and only 1% state a problem when the shift is canceled. Flexibility is the cornerstone that restaurant community offers, and is one that is very much desired by the employees within the community. While many may think that while flexibility causes variance in schedules, this is simply not valid. 96% of restaurant employees stated that their schedules stayed consistent. Maintaining flexibility in scheduling actually results in employees having more hours to work, as they're able to cover shifts for friends or coworkers, as 87% surveyed said that they have at least some say in their schedule, which allows them to pick the days that they're able to work, which is easy for restaurants to do as their staffs are smaller and they truly are tight-knit. They need to work as a team in order to serve the customer in a beneficial manner. While I've provided some additional information in the position letter that I hope each and every one of you have read, I would like to state that the San Francisco ordinance has only been in effect in its full state for 5 months, which is not a significant amount of time for true or reliable data to be published. It is for these reasons and others that the restaurants in this local community are opposed to constraining the local restaurants and its employees with other mandates and additional regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Betancourt.
Mi nombre es Sara Betancourt. Trabajo por Burger King por 14 años.
My name is Sara Betancourt. I work in Burger King in Emeryville for the past 14 years.
Es que lo único que uno les paga overtime, a otros no les paga overtime los managers.
She said one thing that happens in the store is that they don't pay overtime to everybody. Only the managers can get overtime, and we don't get any.
Y unos managers son racistas que no entienden a las personas.
And she said there's managers who also treat us with discrimination. They're racist, and they schedule us according.
Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn Boucher.
Hi, I'm a owner of a small local business, the Broken Rack, and I understand, I want to stipulate that under the way you've talked about this ordinance, even the way eBase is proposing it, the staff report, I would probably not be covered by this ordinance. Nonetheless, I'm opposed to it for a couple of reasons. One, because taken 1 year after you adopted the highest minimum wage in the country, and only 1 year later to be only the second city in the country to adopt a predictive scheduling, that law being only 5 months old, inevitably this is going to give Emeryville a reputation as an anti-business city. And even if it's only discouraging the big retailers, and I certainly favor a preponderance of small, local, independent businesses, we, the small, local, independent businesses, depend on those larger companies and their employees to be our customers. We need a healthy business environment. Also, we feel that if this regulation goes to effect, the city becomes involved in dealing with schedules and hiring practices in private business, and the regulatory body is set up, then very likely a year from now, someone will be coming and saying, well, yes, we've attacked part of the problem, but we always knew we really had to extend this to cover more employers. I mean, when we had the minimum wage discussion, there was no discussion of fair work week. But a year later, people came up and said, we always knew the fair minimum wage wasn't enough, we have to have fair work week too. So we don't know. Most of the workers I hear coming up here really want more hours. And what is the predictive scheduling ordinance itself doesn't really guarantee more hours. More work would guarantee more hours. The only thing that does possibly is the offering of hours to existing part-time employees, but even there, and there are operational problems with that from my point of view, even there, you're only giving more hours to one employee and denying them to another worker who's looking for part-time work and needs it as well. You're just redistributing work, not increasing the work. I want to back up what the townhouse manager said. We have a lot of scheduling changes, and I would say that a minimum of 75% are worker-initiated. Meaning, and just because they want to do something else, something came up, they want to switch. I always allow them to switch as long as it doesn't create overtime. I have no problem with that. Probably another 20% is employee initiative because they're sick, their car broke down, they have a family emergency. Then I have to go to someone. And when I go to that to look for someone, I ask them, I can't compel them.
Okay, thank you. Robert Arias?
Yes, Rob Arias, 13-year resident, editor of Emeryville's largest news and advocacy site, evileye.com. I just want to say we all want to take care of our fellow neighbors. Most employers want to take care of their employees. They want them to thrive. It's not the issue. It's about how best to do this. As a member of the media, I would like you to out who the bad employers are. Who are these bad actors? The only Emeryville business that I've heard so far is Burger King. So let's do something about them, not create an ordinance that affects every business in the city. I think that's a little backwards. So I also want to remind council what residents expect of you. We expect honesty. I expect our council to be honest about what the risks of enacting an experimental policy are. Don't downplay or portray some of the best case scenarios like you did with the minimum wage ordinance. You cannot honestly tell us that back-to-back experimental ordinances aren't going to give some employers pause here. You can't. So have the courage to look us in the eye, tell us the truth. Some businesses are going to leave Emeryville. That's the reality. If this is enacted, it's going to happen. I'm not saying economic Armageddon, but some businesses are going to leave. We know that. If this is important to you, tell us that the departures of these businesses is worth advancing this cause to you. Tell the people they're going to lose their jobs. Hey, sorry, you're collateral damage to the big picture here. But don't lie to us. Don't say everyone's going to win together. We're not all going to get gold medals here. I can tell you personally, as a new father in the community, if Babies R Us leaves, I'm not going to be happy.
Can I have Gabby? And then the last card I have is Joel Parman. So if you have not submitted a card, please do so.
Hi there, I apologize that my full name wasn't given. My name is Gabrielle Dewitt-Chambers, and I am here today to urge Emeryville's elected leaders to pass a fair work week. I worked at the Bay Street Barnes & Noble, there's a name of an employer, for 3 years. I am here this evening even though I no longer work in Emeryville. This issue is still deeply personal for me, and I wish to speak for my friends whose lives are still fraught with turmoil. I also implore you not to make any decisions against action based on the opinions of less than 8% of the people these decisions would affect. I also ask you to recognize the delicate situation these survey takers are in, and whether or not they truly felt free to express their concerns in the survey. Sorry. I can assure you that there are many businesses in Emeryville where every employee has suffered clopenings, closing stores until after midnight and returning at 8 a.m. Having 25-hour work weeks cut to 10 hours at the start of that week with no verbal notification, only a scribble on a posted schedule in a corner of a room. Being called in for shifts with only an hour before that shift would start, and then being punished for refusing to take those extra hours with a cut in hours on the next schedule. Without predictability in scheduling, an employee's life is at the whim of their employer. I wish you would hear from more workers, I do, but so many don't understand their rights and fear consequences from speaking. Emeryville workers need you to give them your support and the power to stand up for what they need, but in some cases are too afraid to ask for. Thank you.
Thank you. Joel Parman? Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that.
So, I also used to work at Barnes & Noble Emeryville, same period of time for about 3 years. I now work for Alameda County Behavioral Health. I experienced work weeks that ranged from 37.5 hours, so nearly full time, all the way down to 4 hours. I experienced work weeks where those 4-hour weeks were caused by shifts being canceled upon my arrival at the store. I experienced at least 3 to 4 clopenings every 6-month period or so. And I know that a lot of employers will flaunt the fact that they know their employees. They're friends, they have personal connections. I had a supervisor from whom I would get eggs because she had chickens in her yard, and she would ask me if my cat had managed to lose weight. So, but the connection is false. It's a broad sense. They feel they know the people, but when they're faced with a professional situation, they'll act in their professional capacity. I've had supervisors who had been scheduling me for 20-hour work weeks, which was my comfortable and requested amount of time. They cut me down to 8-hour work weeks because I had refused to pick up shifts. So the retaliation is very, very real. It's really important for workers to be able to provide for themselves and to not have the uncertainty of driving 20, 30 minutes through rush hour to get to work, to being unbuckling your seatbelt, to getting a call saying, you know, you can head home, even though you're in the parking lot. Sorry. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during public comment? All right, I will close public comment. And Chad, if you wouldn't mind bringing up the questions that we're focusing on.
Madam Mayor.
Discussion. Yes.
May I just make a clarifying comment?
Sure.
I heard comments concerning several stores, including Target, Jack in the Box, and McDonald's. And I would just like to clarify that those businesses are not in Emeryville. So whatever ordinance or program you ultimately adopt will not affect those establishments.
Thank you.
I have some questions for Chad.
Sure. Go ahead, Ashley.
Sorry, I just want to reiterate the fact that although they aren't in Emeryville's jurisdiction.
Keep speaking into the microphone, please.
Sorry, I apologize. Although they aren't in Emeryville's jurisdiction, they do solidify a basically an example. Most fast food industries work and they are based off of what McDonald's does, as they are the prime winner, let's say, of the fast food industry. And so they copy, if not directly from what they do because they gain so much business. And so although there's not McDonald's and Jack in the Box, there are Burger King and there is Taco Bell, who we heard a manager from in a local business in Richmond. And then also there is a KFC right on the corner. And also one more thing is just to reiterate the fact that we are not gearing this towards restaurants on the bigger scheme, but fast food locations and also small businesses aren't even included. So thank you.
Okay, so let's start with these discussion questions. Let's approach them one at a time, and I'll just go down the line with council members. Yeah, the power button's on the side. So the first question is additional outreach to the business community. So I'm sorry, was there a question for Chad before we started on?
Not right now. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I have
You
some
do?
questions.
Yes, go ahead, Ruth.
Chad, I read in with Seattle, they're thinking about a definition that would include 500 employees nationally, that those businesses who have that kind of presence. What's the definition in San Francisco for who would be covered?
Isn't it 12 global locations?
20 locations. There's a dual
20
threshold
locations?
there. Yeah, and I could look it up. 40 locations, global.
Globally. Okay.
And I don't yet have. I don't have employee counts outside of Emeryville. They're available, but I don't have that data. So that
is something
it's
we
sort of
could get.
immaterial, exactly, whether or not you use locational or employee counts from what I can tell.
Okay.
That is an option also that's on the table.
All right, thanks.
I had a question.
Yes.
So
You should planned on staying up there
Yeah.
for a little while.
I may think of something else too. So in the survey, when workers were asked if they had some input, what does that mean? Does that mean that what is the range of input that they have? That they could deny a shift if they were called, or that they actually had the ability to say, I can work Monday, Wednesday, Friday? There seems to be, what does some input mean?
That one I actually have on the slide.
Okay.
In more detail.
You just need to point the microphone up.
Yeah.
Yes. So, I've got it broke down. Some input means we read these phrases. Which one describes the way your schedule is developed? The surveyor read these to the respondent. Schedule is decided by my employer, but with my input. I can decide what my schedule will be, but within certain limits.
What's the difference there? What's the distinction? Could you see how those two could be actually the same?
Under that, I can see how you could say they're the same,
Right.
but from my perspective, the schedule decided by my employer with input is, here's your schedule. I get it in and I say, well, I can't do that day. Whereas I can decide what it is, but within certain limits. Here are the days we need you to work. But it is a pretty fine distinction, I'll admit.
I'm trying to, okay, yeah.
And so for those purposes, those are likely, pretty much the same. They're both soliciting input from the employee in developing the schedule.
Right, but I'm trying to figure out, to me, it might be different to come and say, oh, I can't work that day next week, especially if people are only getting their schedule in this kind of week-by-week tranche delivered to them. They might feel like they have every week I say something, right? Is that what input is? Or is input, I can only work Monday, Wednesday, Friday for the next 15 weeks while I'm in school? So it's, I'm just trying to figure out, with that question, what does input mean? The ability to reject shifts, or the ability to say that I'm going to be doing this for the next 15 weeks, and so these are the days I can work.
Yeah, gathering that granularity would require some time. No,
Right.
we just read these statements and we
Okay.
didn't coach the
Okay.
respondent. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any more questions?
Not yet.
Okay, so if you could bring up the discussion questions, please. And also, would you be able to answer for me and for the public when we would be bringing this ordinance forward? Should we go ahead with something? When of the first reading and when the second reading would be? Perhaps that's for the city attorney.
We have it tentatively scheduled for first reading on October 18th and passage on November 1st.
Okay. So the first reading is October 18th and the second reading is November 1st?
Correct.
Okay.
Although, Mayor,
yes,
I will just add that that is what our tentative schedule is. Of course, if the council needs additional information, is requesting additional information in terms of, that we have not been able to bring for you tonight, ultimately it's up to the city council to sort of dictate when they would like the ordinance to come forward, and then we'll schedule accordingly.
Okay. Thank you. So let's go ahead and go through these discussion questions. Does the council want to conduct additional outreach with the business community? Nora?
Is this specific to the Fair Work Week or just a general outreach? Right. Because clearly we've heard from a number of the people in the business community the perception that the city of Emeryville is anti-business. I think we need outreach to the business community, but not necessarily just focused on Fair Work Week. I believe that the relationships are breaking down here between the government of Emeryville and the businesses that are located in Emeryville. I think we have to reestablish that trust and that open dialogue. We haven't seen it in several years. So my answer to this is outreach to the business community, absolutely, but don't confine it to Fair Work Week or minimum wage. These are only part of an overall perception. That's
yeah, I think that I agree with you, Nora. I think since the dissolution of the chamber in Emeryville, that there's not necessarily kind of an easy mechanism for us to communicate, and we've tried with the Economic Development Committee, but I don't think that's doing it either.
Hopefully, with Chad here,
yes,
breath of fresh air, has a lot of good new ideas, and if the council puts energy behind it to make these connections, we have to consider that over 80% of the revenue that comes in to run this government is coming from the business community. It would behoove us to nourish the seeds there.
I agree.
I agree as well.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, since, when we did our session on the budget back in January, we talked about doing a small business forum, and that's not something we've been able to get on the calendar yet because we've had you so busy with this legislation. But, if that's something to keep on your radar as well, I think we're all in agreement that we need to include the business community in conversations that affect them, absolutely, but not limited to this item.
But I do think that as we move forward as well, that the process, when people talk about the process looking like we're casting kind of a wide net and they're uncertain about which direction we're going, that is absolutely what the public process looks like. We cast the wide net, we study it, we have a discussion, and I think that since Chad has already done the initial outreach, to keep following up with businesses just to alert them what this process, how it is going to unfold, and give them the dates, the times to come to chambers and be heard before council. That's also really important on this issue.
Yeah. And I think we've been clear as this process has unfolded that we've wanted the business community to be included and have their say and get specific. That's what I've wanted all along. And I've always been clear with the advocacy groups, with the workers, with the businesses, and with staff that business input is also important in this process. So moving on to the next question, which of the policy options does the council want to proceed with, and the options are advocacy, regulation, cooperative incentive program, or regulation with incentive.
Mayor, I would like to pursue, as a policy option, the hybrids, not necessarily using the stick, but also using the carrot. We've got to move into an arena where we're having a dialogue and that we're bringing people together to the tables, not taking shots from one side of the room to the other. So I'm very much in favor of a hybrid approach.
I concur with that. And I think that, if I think about regulation in a very simple way, sometimes we have speed limits. And you look at a speed limit, there it is, 25 miles an hour. You're doing 30. You get a ticket. You contest the ticket, because the average rate of speed was actually 32 miles an hour on that road, and you win in court. As an analogy to this, if we pass something, that doesn't mean to business that the speed limit is 25, absolutely. I think, there are, as one of the workers said, some bad apples, some good apples, and then some so-so apples. I think that is really accurate to what's going on here. And I think what we really need to do is address the bad apples. That's really important for our city to do that. And I just think we can do that, and I think we have to do it with a hybrid that includes regulation and cooperation. I think without regulation, it just won't have meaning. When people see regulation, that has meaning. People listen. And I think that's important. And I think we have to include regulation.
I support regulation with some kind of an incentive program, but I have a comment to what the staff was suggesting and making it akin to the green business certification. I think green business certification only worked after decades of growing environmental awareness. And this is newer, and in the public mind, there really isn't, although around cities around the country are beginning to grapple with this at a policy level, the public sentiment isn't there. So to have stickers up on a storefront or something like that would be meaningless until there's enough of a consciousness around that. But that being said, I was impressed with some suggestions about rewarding B corporations. So I think maybe we can think of maybe some incentives that perhaps aren't as visible, but if we awarded corporations that are organized as B corporations, for example, with lower business license tax based on their receipts or something, that could be a way that we're supporting businesses who pride themselves on different kinds of equitable worker standards or any other kind of business standards that really reflect best practices. I think there are only two, from what I learned from staff, from Chad, there's only 2 B corporations in town, but that's a corporate maneuver, something that exists already that we could begin to promote. So anyway, my point about an incentive program is it's not enough, but I think we need to include that. And the other thing that I'd like to include about incentivizing workers being able to accomplish other things. I heard a lot about education tonight, and particularly for communities of color, education has been seen as a pathway out of poverty. And if you even get a work schedule, I don't know how, everybody seems to think, or the advocates and the workers would love to have a 2-week notice, but I don't see how you can even accommodate a school schedule if you're on a quarter or a semester basis in terms of getting such little notice. So I would want an incentive in there about employers that are paying an educational incentive to improve their employees, or someone tonight wants to get an MBA, or even maybe not a master's, but a bachelor's or an AA in business administration. Maybe someone wants to pursue a degree that is applicable to the hospitality industry. I think educational incentives. I want to see something where educational incentives for employees are a key component of that.
Jack. I think that for me, the regulation is really important in order to set a kind of baseline standard and codify what are already some good practices that we've heard from people. There were actually, as I was reading the report, there were some data points that were kind of cheering, right? In that small businesses seem to give their work schedules way ahead of time, right? I mean, this is a good practice. And in terms of setting up an incentive program, I have a little bit of a concern. I'm more in line with Nora, I think, in wanting to reconnect with the business community, especially as their infrastructure has kind of fallen away in the city in terms of the way that they interact with council. And I would be much more willing to invest in that rather than an in-house certification program, which could get us into kind of maintaining it, auditing it. What do you do if someone is non-compliant, and then or do they still have the sticker on their window? All of these things start seeming really complicated, but sitting down and engaging with folks and talking about what does a model workplace look like in Emeryville and who's doing this is something that's important.
Jack, if I could respond to that, because I think you have really hit on a very important factor. We have heard tonight from Home Depot, from Sephora, from Black Bear, from the Broken Rack, one of my particular favorites, these are good management practices. You are already doing what we're hoping to accomplish with this particular ordinance. What we need from the business community is more input, because it's good business to operate the way you're operating, to bring in your employees, to work with them, and to continue to have flexibility in the scheduling. I think it's very important. Business is, I forget who said it, I guess it was Home Depot, highly, highly competitive. Not only in the Bay Area, but all over the United States. Retail is under enormous pressure from Amazon and the rest of the online people. So we have got to nourish this business community and the people who work for them together, not as two separate entities battling it out. We can't afford that in the 21st century. We have got to work together.
Yeah, so for me, the regulation is very important, and I want to get that nailed down. I'm always more interested in the kind of subsidies we can give to businesses in order to encourage them, rather than kind of a marketing incentive. So that's just, forecasting my own.
Yeah, I think that's another
preference
discussion, maybe another policy issue that we shouldn't be discussing. It's not on the agenda. But I'm open to the hybrid model, but I'm definitely concerned about loopholes. I would encourage staff to work with all of the stakeholders, including the good actors, the businesses who are doing it right, including the workers, including the advocacy groups, and and let's get the nuance right and make sure that that we're taking note of what the good actors are doing and including all of those practices in that certification program.
Mayor, if I could say, we want to clarify as we go step by step, because one person's loopholes is another person's hole in the ground that they're going to fall into and perhaps damage their business. That's why we have to work business and workers together to clarify what do you mean by a loophole? Well, that may be a loophole to you, but this is going to damage this business.
Right.
So more open dialogue. Rather than having the dialogue between the workers and the businesses and the council, I'd like to see a little bit more
workers and businesses
in-depth working together.
Yes.
And I would hope the council would set up something like that.
I think that might
facilitate.
Are you asking for a labor management committee or task force
No,
or something?
I'm not a big one for words like that. I'm more of a
facilitated cooperative discussion. But I think, you know, from my discussions with staff, that a menu of options was the idea of what would be produced, so that you know, those holes in the ground that you're thinking of, Nora, that we could avoid those by actually, you know, the idea of the certification process would be to give more options and flexibility is for those good actors, for those smaller businesses. So staff can I move on with the questions? All right. If regulatory policy option is selected, and it sounded like we picked a hybrid model that includes a regulatory policy option, which ordinance options do we include? So number one, how do we define covered employer? Does anyone want to jump in?
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to jump in on this. We already have the minimum wage. We have designated, we have said what, you know, the covered employee will be. We should, you know, just for consistency and the efficiency of making these programs work, let's be on the same page with this. And that's what, 55 employees in
large
Emeryville?
businesses for the minimum wage are 55, well, 56 and over.
56 and over. That's what I would definitely propose.
Okay, I heard a cost for that to the city of approximately $91,000 in staff time for the staff recommendation.
Well, that was really for any ordinance option, I believe.
Okay, so, well, let's put it this way, that...
Same as for the incentive program.
I think that the beginning of a program like this would cost more because both businesses and workers are going to have trouble understanding the nuances of any ordinance we would pass. It's going to cost us staff time. There's no doubt about it. But the cost, if it's not $91,000, but $200,000, say, to include more employees, does not daunt me as far as how our city is. We are a city that has massive amounts of retail and fast food, and I think we need to do this right. We have a lot of workers and businesses here, and we just have to spend a little bit more money proportionally than other cities because of the amount that we have. And we have to make it right for the employers to really function so that they can live with this, that it just seems like, okay, I can do that, that works. And it has to be right so that workers are protected. And I think that does cost money, but I think that it's a part of our city, a big part, and I think we should spend the money to do it right and include more workers, include fast food as defined, as we defined earlier in that.
I actually am going to offer something else which contradicts the direction that we gave staff earlier, but I've been mulling this over, which is that I think the effect of the growing Fair Workweek movement is multi-city, and it's only going to grow. And I think we actually need to have a regional approach here in the Bay Area where another city has already implemented something. So I'm interested in looking more closely at the definitions that San Francisco uses for its formula retail and who's included in the San Francisco ordinance. And I realize that's a change from direction that staff was given earlier, but unlike minimum wage, where we jumped out ahead and adopted our living wage as our new minimum wage, and there was some sense to do that, I think it behooves us to be regional around this. And as more and more stores or restaurants think about other places maybe to locate or whatever, that's one of the ways that we stay competitive, is by being regional. So that's the definitions. I think we should look more closely at what San Francisco does.
Nora?
Yeah, I can't agree with that, Ruth. San Francisco is, a whole different ball of wax.
I know.
From either Emeryville or the East Bay.
I know.
And this is it's a city that is heavily in debt, which we are not. It is a city that spends a lot of money, which they don't have. But what we have here is really an exploratory program. We see a demonstrated need. We've heard about a demonstrated need. We've heard a rebuttal to the demonstrated need and a way clear to work together to find some solutions. I think if you try to lump everything in here as we start out in this ordinance, you can always change an ordinance. You can always broaden it out. But my sense of it is you don't start out running like, what's his name, Stefan Bolt. Usain Bolt. Yeah. You don't run that at the first step. You take a few steps before you do that. And if we do the covered employees so that it relatively limits it, it gives us a chance to see how this works. If it works, what are the outcomes? What are the unintended consequences? The thing that I heard over and over again from the workers, and I'm very sensitive to that, having been an hourly worker many times, is that they want more work hours. We want to create a city where that flourishes, that prosperity flourishes. And with all due respect to you, Jack, I don't think regulation, a lot of regulation is the way to go. I think some regulation is acceptable, but if you pour a whole bunch on right away, I don't think you're going to, number one, we don't have the ability to handle it. We've got a small staff, and we have to be pretty careful about who we hire. So, in terms of efficiency, effectiveness. So I would hope that we would start out in a really fairly modest manner, see how it works, see if we can add to it, if it's necessary to add to it. But to just start out right away, and I think it is an enormous mistake to include restaurants and fast foods. The mortality rate for restaurants is kind of astronomical. We want more restaurants in town. We've lost some good restaurants. As far as fast food is concerned, we never wanted them in the first place. No. But I guess what I'm trying to say is let's craft something that works in a modest fashion, then check on how it really accomplishes what both business and workers are looking for. And what they're looking for is more work hours. More work hours for you means more profit for you. So, let's get down to the basic connections here. That's my rant for tonight, guys.
Well, you know, although San Francisco has only been in its full implementation for 5 months, they've been talking about this for some time. Obviously, Assemblymember Chu was the one who brought it forward when he was on the Board of Supervisors, and that wasn't yesterday, that was a while ago. So I'm wondering if either staff or anyone from the advocacy groups might be able to have some wisdom on the way that they chose their thresholds. If I'm correct, is it location-based? And you know, what could we do better here in Emeryville when drawing those lines with the threshold, and yet keep it simple and yet keep it specific to Emeryville? So I would definitely invite any staff or Jennifer, if you've got anything to say about the number.
Yeah, so we spoke to this last time when the council did a deep dive on San Francisco's policy, and in some respects, the formula retail definition was a planning definition. It's not the best definition for talking about wage and hours.
Because don't they include restaurants in San Francisco, and that's something that we never really...
Yeah, my understanding is it was 40 retail establishments globally was their definition, and with greater than or equal to 20 employees in San Francisco. So they had a global definition and a San Francisco. Again, we would propose a global definition because that is more straightforward, and those are the companies that can afford it.
But I mean, Jessica, you might be able to speak to this, but that includes sit-down restaurants in San Francisco. Is that correct?
Correct. So it could include...
Go ahead.
But yes, so if you use the San Francisco definition, it would include full-service sit-down restaurants, and also this hybrid model that we're starting to see where you order at the counter, you sit down, but you're also served. We call it quick casual. So the definition was created by a committee of stakeholders on both sides. They sat down for several months to hammer out the ordinance within San Francisco, and then it was changed by the Labor Standards Commission when they had their ruling.
So what was the original that was hammered out by the group?
So I wasn't a part of that negotiations. It was prior to me working.
So it might concern Ruth with going with San Francisco is, you know, I think that they did end up with something that was a compromise for some of the groups, and unless something's changed up here on the dais, let me know if your thoughts have changed. But I definitely did not ever intend to include sit-down restaurants or
no, I don't want
fine dining establishments in this.
Yeah.
So that's I think I appreciate the regional approach. I think that's a really a nice way to frame this and think about it. But I think they're still learning from some mistakes, and there are some things that we could do better.
Well, we could pick apart those aspects, but where we can be consistent with them is something that I would like to do.
Mm-hmm. But in terms of covered employers, so we've heard from Nora, she's interested in 56 or more employees. Scott, you want to include fast food. Did you have a specific recommendation as to who covered employers are?
Well, again, I'm really hesitant about restaurants because their margins are so slim, and we've seen restaurants come and go really easily here. So I'm nervous about it. I'd still be open to it, but I don't think their margins are that great anyway to be able to stay viable.
Okay.
Mayor, I'd just like to respond to a statement that was just made, that the big companies can afford it. We're talking about retail here, and as you look across the United States, you see mall after mall after mall closing down and abandoning. You see Macy's closing down 100 stores, other companies doing the same thing. So before we're so glib to say, hey, the big companies can afford it, let's take a little look at the real situation in retail, because we get revenue from our sales tax, and we should be very careful and nourish that particular part of our city. It pays for the public services.
I mean, I think that that's true, but I mean, the 80% of our tax base is due to businesses and the workers in those businesses, and so when I'm working from a list, I look at the one that's retail and fast food businesses with 12 or more locations worldwide as a place to start. But I hear Ruth, right, about the regionality and maybe doing something that feels more in line with what's currently happening. And some of the big boxes that we have in town, I mean, we just lost Sports Authority, and that has very little to do with a minimum wage law. That has to do with the financialization of big box and that being sold off for parts, right? So some things are within our control, and I want to do the right and responsible thing, but there are some of these companies, right, that are impossibly leveraged, and we're not going to be able to save them, right? When I look at this, that point in the report that keeps kind of, coming back to me is that small businesses know their employees really well, and even though Home Depot is here and you guys are moving to 3 weeks, I'm glad, thank you, that small businesses with around 10 people or so tend to do right by their employees. And so because I hear folks worried, right, about empty storefronts in Emeryville, I know, right, the podium retail, I'm not a fan of Subway. Some people like 3 or 4 of them, right? That's fine. But the idea of an empty storefront is something that really gives people pause in Emeryville. And so I would be willing to look at this, especially the fast food businesses and that list, and maybe think about the businesses that have more than 15, right, in order to capture the folks and to give the widest benefit of a predictable schedule to the most workers in our town, but still kind of retain the idea that there are some, like we said, good apples, right? Some people that work close to their employees.
More than 15 for any business, or more than 15 for?
I'm working off the retail and fast food.
Okay. Retail and fast, yes.
It's not
with 12 or more
numbered,
locations.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the one that I'm looking at.
Jack, could we clarify, is it 12 or 15?
I said, okay, so I'm
there's a
saying
list with 12 businesses.
the title of the paper is Retail and Fast Food Businesses with 12 or more locations worldwide. But I'm saying, like, I drew a line while I was sitting up here listening and thinking about it, saying those with more than 15 would be captured under the ordinance. Those with fewer, right, would not. We would, in effect, consider them the small businesses. But I'm throwing that out there and willing to listen.
Okay, so for me, listening to the testimony tonight, I think I'm with Scott that I would like to capture fast food in this definition, and I was thinking of a different way to slice it, but I think that your way does the same thing. One thing that I had checked in with Chad about. Are you still here? Is he still?
Where's Chad?
There you are. Oh, you moved up. As I was asking, because eBase and ACE and Center for Popular Democracy were asking about a definition of 55 or more employees globally, and would it be fair to say that you think that would shake out very similarly to businesses with 12 or more locations worldwide?
I think it does. The difference, though, comes into how you treat franchises. Mm-hmm. Right? So if you use a very broad definition and say that anyone in an independent franchise operating on a similar banner, then your locational threshold is going to get you, I suspect, based on this listing, pretty much the same thing as a global employee threshold, that high.
So I'd be willing to look at what Jack is proposing, which is over 15 retail and fast food businesses, which would
locations or employees on site?
Sorry.
I was not clear on that.
I'm working from the one
So
that
it's
says 12 or more
12 or
locations.
more locations worldwide, and then over 15 employees.
Got it.
Yeah, so that, I drew a line there.
And that would roughly shake out to the same effect as 55 or more employees globally.
Well, no, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't say that.
No,
I'm
actually,
sorry.
we would cut a lot of those folks out. Like some of these folks are considered small businesses who would have 55 or more.
Well, KFC
Globally.
on San Pablo is a franchise. How are we going to treat that?
That's the next question.
Under this, they would be included as fast food.
They would get captured.
They would be captured.
They have 30.
So there's no differentiation for a small, what is essentially a small business owning a franchise.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
Okay.
But I'd be willing to look at that as an option, and if that satisfied what you're...
Can we put that in as part of the draft, as a menu?
And then this is a point for discussion.
Right.
If it doesn't cover, who folks wanted to cover, then we should discuss that.
Yeah.
That goes for businesses, for stakeholders, for workers, for advocacy groups.
As a place to start
This
next
is
time.
This is part of the conversation.
Clarify whether it's and or is it locations and employees?
With 12 or more locations worldwide and
15
or more.
15 or more.
In Emeryville.
Or more, I drew the line at more than 15 or over 15.
16 plus.
Yeah, it's 16. That's where I drew it.
Is that every business over 15?
No restaurants.
Restaurants.
We're not interested in including restaurants.
No fast food?
We're sit-down restaurants where you're served at your table. Definitely not. And I think another thing from the staff report was recommending not any place that serves alcohol.
All right.
Were there any other distinctions, Chad, that
One
the staff
thing I would
report
like to just
highlighted?
note is that I believe Arizmendi would probably fall under the definition of fast food, along with Pete's and Starbucks and others like that. Although actually they don't have 12 or more worldwide, so never mind.
No, they don't.
No.
They have
Like
4 or 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do.
But Pete's would be covered.
Yeah.
Pete's is on there.
Yeah.
They got more. That's just an opener so we can move to the other elements.
So this is a point of discussion. Okay, moving on. Include advance notice of schedules and how much advance notice. So we've got a couple of things before us. Staff is recommending. Chad, will you reiterate what is in the staff report for the staff recommendation?
So the staff's recommendation is 2-week notice requirement to these covered employers we just discussed, and then a right to decline changes to that schedule that are made within 1 week.
Okay.
Can you think about how to include incentives into that mix, like an educational incentive, school schedules?
Can.
Okay, thank you.
That would take some further discussion.
Yeah, more than you can do right now tonight, but.
Does anyone want to weigh in on advance notice?
Well, yeah, the thing about advance notice is I want to make sure that life planning things like being able to go to school is possible. So what I said earlier, a 2-week notice might interfere with a class schedule. So I don't really know how to, maybe most retail workers would be happy with that, but it certainly doesn't easily provide a pathway to work up. I heard, when Starbucks hit the news about offering online education, I have no idea what how many people have taken advantage of that and what the results of that have been. I'd like to see what's happening with that offer. I mean, that hit the news with great fanfare, but how much are people able to use that?
Ruth, I think you're asking for something that retail and fast food can't give quarter or semester predictability. Those businesses are just not going to be able to do it. So I think,
Well, part
3
of the
weeks
hybrid
is a
I want to
stretch.
see how they can incentivize helping their employees move forward.
Well, one thing that I would note is if we haven't worked this into any ordinance, but if an employer is of the type that gives their employees some say into their schedule, as Chad was describing, the employee could say, well, every 2 weeks when the new schedule comes out, this is my school schedule, I'm available to work these days. And hopefully the employer could take that into account when they schedule them.
Mayor? Yes. I just want to say, this is really confusing for me to work this way. Can we work from the draft ordinance, because Chad has nicely, or Mr. Gina has nicely embedded the questions.
Sure.
As we read through, and it just feels like a more organized way to build it.
All right, so let's go through the ordinance.
I'm on screen. What page are you on?
This was for your ordinance. All the way up here.
Attachment, so this is attachment 5A in the staff report.
You're in the right thing. The whole right thing starts here. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I got it. Okay, so section 1, purpose and intent, we are keeping retail and fast food industries. This is page 2, first paragraph. That's highlighted, that highlighted bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Skip this.
Page 3, just to clarify for those following along, fast food restaurant shall mean a restaurant defined as where patrons order or select food or beverage items and pay before eating such items. It continues on. That is section F. Okay. Where do we get into the
I think the real meat of it begins
Yes.
on page 4.
At the bottom?
At the bottom, which retail establishments to include, and you've already pretty much
covered that. Okay.
We're on to advance notice, bottom of page 4.
Is that page 4?
Mm-hmm.
That's the report instead.
Yeah, I think you're on the report.
It's on the bottom of page 7.
7.
Okay.
Yeah, it's this. And actually, the discussion is at the bottom of page 8.
So we already decided to include franchises.
Right.
That was page
That's
7.
the staff rec.
So now we're on page 8.
Okay.
How much advance notice of work schedule is required? San Francisco requires 2 weeks. eBase has proposed 3 weeks advance notice.
I think in honor of what Ruth is saying in terms of the regional approach, I would be comfortable with 2.
Same here.
2 weeks?
Yeah.
Notice.
I mean, I think you're absolutely right when we talk about student schedules and things. I think one of the things that we're not reflecting here is that these, it said in the survey that people about half of the people had worked in the job about a year. That may be as long as you can hang on, right, with a kind of unpredictable schedule, or if you're going to school, right? So by adding predictability, we make it more possible for people who have child's care obligations or are going to school or who have another job to arrange their lives, right? But yeah, I think 2 weeks.
2 weeks advance notice.
Supportive of, yeah.
Okay, which ties into predictability pay. Are we for predictability pay, or as staff
I
is
am.
recommending, rate to decline?
Well, I want to throw a little wrinkle into this around this particular issue. It really is just short notice pay. We'll pay you an extra pay if you come in on short notice. And not from a management perspective, but from a coworker perspective. If someone gets a reputation of having a very flexible life and being able to show up in 5 minutes or whatever because someone called in sick, then that itself creates division within the workforce. And that division exists between people who can flex their schedule and come in and people who cannot because of family or other obligations. And so I know the intent from the advocates is to provide a disincentive to employers for changing schedules at the last minute. There's still a real need to fill shifts on short notice, and I see this, and I see a consequence of this. Maybe it's intentional. It's an intended consequence of pitting flexible workers against people who aren't flexible. So I have an issue with predictability pay.
I do too.
And it's not
for a different reason.
Yeah, it's not because for my issue with it, it doesn't have to do with the management of it, but just what I said amongst peers.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it makes it possible for people who have childcare obligations or who take the bus to actually realize the ability to show up, because then they're not just eating into their hourly wage, right? They're being compensated for what is a cost to them. I think when you get a call to come into work, it's not necessarily like winning the lottery, right? It's people have lives that are happening, and it's the individuals are always figuring out the kind of cost that it is and the benefit that it is. In that way, they're like managers, right? Managing their own lives. And I think that predictability pay is actually really important. I'd be more willing to talk about, especially the less than 24 hours notice. That seems absolutely right to pay predictability pay when there's 24 hours notice. I understand that people haven't been doing it before, but over 60% of the folks in town were only giving people schedules, 7 days in advance. So how often do you need to change the schedule after you only have a 7-day kind of horizon in front of you? But for me, it's a cost to workers. It takes away from their lives and their schedule and their ability to do other things. And so for me, it's just a matter of recognizing that. Like, your job is not boundaryless. Right.
I'm in favor of predictability pay
as
well. It's and I understand it's not a business's fault when someone calls in sick and they can't make it in, but it's neither is it the fault of the person who has to fill in that position at the last minute. And what we've heard tonight is that it's workers find it unfair to bear the full burden of that cost in their lives.
Yeah.
So I'd like to move forward with an ordinance that includes predictability pay.
May I ask for a point of clarification? I heard Councilmember Asher say it seems right for less than 24 hours notice. The question comes up of how much notice or lack of advance notice triggers the predictability pay. One hybrid that you could consider would be something like right to decline for a week or less notice and predictability pay for 24 hours.
That sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah, that seems reasonable to me too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thanks, Charlie.
All right, so
we get a clarification. I think B talked about the exceptions. So
we're about to do exceptions right now.
Get to that. Okay.
So whether should we include exceptions for predictability pay? Okay. And eBase proposes that there are no exceptions. Could I invite Jennifer to explain why why you think exceptions have been problematic in San Francisco?
I think off the bat, the more exceptions, the more complicated a policy is. And so if it can apply across the board, then it's easier for the staff of the city with its limited time and resources to be able to implement the policy and know who's covered and who isn't. I will say, there may be some exemptions that, we may be more open to, whether that's the natural causes, things that are outside of an employer's hands. We understand that. But there are other exceptions that I think would get too far into the dynamic between workers and the managers that we would be opposed to. So we encourage kind of limited, if there need to be exceptions, they should be real exceptions and very limited in scope.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Sure, come up.
I work in food service, and there are certain sicknesses that we don't allow people to come in because it can make our customers and other people sick. I work for Starbucks, so we serve drinks, food, and if someone has an illness that is can contaminate others, we don't even allow them to come in, and we also don't put the burden of proof of finding coverage for their shifts. It's actually the manager's responsibility to find shift coverage, and I would think in a situation where I would be the only person allowed to find coverage for that person, I don't want to be penalized for asking for help. Or
do you mean penalized yourself, or penalized in the sense that that predictability pay would be paid by Starbucks?
Right. Predictability pay would be, each store operates on its own budget, so it would still come out at the bottom line of my specific store.
So do you have any feedback from stores in San Francisco that have been affected by the fair scheduling
I myself don't know
there?
any of my peers that work in San Francisco.
Well, I welcome any of that information if you're able to get that. Certainly I think that would be helpful in contemplating the ordinance.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you very much.
I have a question about scheduling software. Do you use a particular scheduling software? Does Starbucks have its own scheduling software that they write?
We do have our own software used to write schedules, but each manager writes a schedule specific to their business. So we can set patterns, and we can set days and times for our partners to work, and then it generates a schedule for us to then edit. But personally, myself and all the peers that I know, we don't just post what the system generates. That's just an outline of according to what you forecasted your business was supposed to be and the availability of the people on your team. This is what we are suggesting, but then we still move things around based on where we know our business is, because we work very closely on the floor with our partners.
I have another question for you. So are you working under the assumption that Starbucks corporate would not account for predictability pay when they give you your individual budget that you have flexibility with? You're concerned that it's going to be a flat budget and that your flexibility will be hindered by increased costs?
I'm not sure I know for sure.
Yeah, so I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I want to, if you could communicate with our staff, we definitely want to understand what your fears are, and specifically, I'd love to know specifically how you think it would affect your practice of, I'm not claiming what you do is easy. It's not, I'm sure. And we want to understand where you're coming from.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just add one thing on it?
Sure.
Sorry. I realize as you're walking through the ordinance, in terms of exceptions, I think we all appreciate the interest in some sort of good actors, lifting up good actors in Emeryville. We would have some major concerns about exempting those good actors from the policy. If they're already doing a lot of the things that we're proposing, we'd love to lift them up. We do not think they should be exempted from the policy.
So the exceptions, are we doing the exceptions?
We're on exceptions. Sorry, did you want to say something? I'm just letting people speak.
Sure. Angie Minetti with the California Retailers Association. Just wanted to kind of inform the council of our experiences when it has come down to the exemptions. Obviously, the exemptions that are proposed in the ordinance right now are much more limited than the ones that we were able to kind of work with the advocates in San Francisco on. But it has been exceedingly challenging to sort of document each of those exemptions. When our members have had multiple schedule changes, there is a requirement to maintain records of all of those schedule changes for a maximum of, I think, 3 years. And so there is a very large paper trail that comes along with all of those exemptions. And as a result, many employers in the city in San Francisco have been unable to sort of not necessarily not allow employees to take unexpected time off. That certainly is still allowed. But with those last minute schedule changes, it has been exceedingly difficult to find coverage for those because an employer is unable to facilitate those conversations, which is typically done, at least what we've heard from the testimony today, many employers do that for their employees.
So are you saying removing exceptions would make it easier?
That seems like it streamlines everything.
Yeah.
It actually, well...
So it just adds the onus of predictability pay, but it streamlines that it's the default.
You're saying that it by omitting the exceptions, it would streamline it to just either predictability.
You get predictability pay.
I think, you know.
I mean, I appreciate your input. I'm trying to understand your position. So we got your letter, but I'm trying to get at specifics that will help businesses and help workers.
I mean, you know, I think that as far as the exemption goes, I think we appreciate the inclusion of the exemptions, and I don't think we would advocate for them to be removed, but these exemptions would not necessarily encompass even the scenarios that we find ourselves running into as far as what would trigger last minute schedule changes, or that would be either out of an employer's control or out of an employee's control as well. So, you know, I think there needs to be a little bit more discussion to flesh those out further.
And that's fine. We'll be expecting more feedback as we move forward, but just to get this ordinance moving and to give staff direction, I think we need to settle on something one way or the other today. But I definitely would appreciate specific feedback, especially when the ordinance is published. I'm sure you'll have a lot to say.
So
thank you.
The staff just wrote about collective bargaining as an exception.
Well,
We're not on that one yet, right?
but there's different kinds of exceptions.
We're on,
There's the exceptions to the entire ordinance,
that's later.
and then there's exceptions to predictability pay.
Predictability
Yeah,
pay.
that's what-
Yeah.
So
We're
staff-
on page 10. Yeah.
Page 10,
Okay.
staff is recommending basically 4 exceptions for things that are beyond the control of the employer. Threats due to civil disturbances, utilities go out, you know, your electricity goes out for whatever reason, acts of nature, natural disasters, or an employee calls off. So those are basically things that the employer has no control over.
Right.
I can see both not for administrating, for the purposes of administration, having no exceptions, or on the kind of acts of God
3, 3.
ones, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
But I mean, the idea that you don't have to pay predictability pay, you're working with people. People go on vacation. People get ill. People, you know, take unpaid time off.
That's the point of
working with
predictability
people.
pay.
So eliminating 4?
That's
Yeah.
Yeah, I would move forward with that. I would agree with that. Scott, Nora, do you have any input?
No.
I would agree with that.
Okay. All right. So that is including acts of God, acts of nature, and eliminating number 4.
3, 9,
Okay.
6.
All right. Whether to include the requirement to offer additional work to existing employees first.
Totally.
Yes, I think this is the staff
is like
report
key.
was. Yeah, I think the staff report was clear that this is what was highlighted as a significant problem in the city. So, is that a yay?
Say it again. I missed what you said.
Whether to include a requirement to offer additional work to existing employees first.
Yes.
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 One caveat to that is that the 72-hour requirement we heard from some employers could be problematic. For example, if it was some kind of a establishment that got an order from somebody that needed to be filled immediately and they needed to bring in more staff in order to fill that order, having to wait 3 days to decide whether you're going to hire a new person or give a person 3 days to think about it could be a little problematic. So we recommended that if the duration of the new work is for 2 weeks or less, that the notice period be 24 hours instead of 72.
I think that's fine with me.
I think that's really reasonable.
Yeah. Can we get a third? To support the staff recommendation?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Right to rest.
Yes.
Yes, for me.
Yeah.
Without retaliation.
Without retaliation.
The right to decline work hours without retaliation.
Yeah.
Okay. Right to request a flexible work arrangement. It's a yes for me.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Whether to make janitorial and security contractors subject to Fair Work Week.
We haven't studied them.
I don't know. I mean, I think that these folks can be really vulnerable, and there's no reason for a business to not, I mean, we're encouraging people to sub out work in order to treat people worse. And I think that if what we're trying to do is, you know, hold the floor under a vulnerable population of workers, that janitorial and security certainly, you know, kind of fall under that rubric. So my inclination is to include them.
I agree with what you're saying about the vulnerability of people working there, but I don't think we'd be doing our due diligence just to lump them in without doing some study about it first.
Well, I think we could say that we're interested in it, and staff would get back to us and see if we can afford to do it. Like it might be administratively really difficult to do this group, but if we say aspirationally we want to include this group, they can then come back to us and say, no, that's too hard, we can't do that group, you know, whatever. That's the only thing I mean, already we're asking for them to expand.
Right.
And so that's like a further expansion, but let's hear from, you know, what it would be like to include this group of workers, because they are only in Emeryville, some of them just intermittently, maybe a few times a week, and they are, you know, just even more difficult to keep track of.
Right.
If I may add another dimension to this, some of these firms, this is just hypothetical, but some of these firms might work for several different outlets in Emeryville.
That's right.
And some of the outlets might fall under the covered employee list and some of them might not. So you might have the same janitorial or security firm being covered under one employer and not covered under another employer, and that would get it be complicated for us to try to keep track of all that.
Let's flag it so that we
get more information.
Yeah.
We can.
Yeah.
We'll have.
Can we include it aspirationally with the caveat that we understand staff will bring back more information?
By that you mean the administrative process?
Yes, for the administrative process. And by adding it, I would hope the business community would come forward and express what would work and what might not work about including.
Hear from them, yes.
Yes. I would like to hear from the business community on that.
That's all the questions that are embedded in the ordinance.
That's
right. Wow.
Do you want more?
Oh, do you want more? Well, then, if that's the case, would staff like to reflect upon what they've heard tonight? make sure you have the right direction?
Yes, please.
Let me make, I actually have one clarifying question on that point. When we're talking about 12-plus locations, fast food and retail globally, 15 or more employees locally, it was mentioned that, run that list as an option. Do you mean to bring that back as an option amongst these, or are there some you would like to dispense with, or just bring back that applicability standard?
I don't know, that's the one I offered. I'm willing to.
If you choose to go above the bar and bring back something that for some reason you put that list together and something else makes more sense.
Wow.
Based on feedback that you're getting from the community, from workers, from advocacy groups, from businesses.
I'd like to know with that threshold, what percentage of retail workers are covered?
Certainly, we would bring that back. Absolutely, we'd bring that back. I just wanted clarification on, because it was mentioned as an option. Do we really mean to work definitions up for various other scenarios, or can we just start
would you like another scenario? One I was thinking of.
No, I would not, but I want to be clear.
I had a potential scenario. I was thinking 55 or more employees globally, and 20 or more for fast food, 20 or more employees locally, because that would capture, just when I was slicing the research here, would capture the fast food restaurants that folks seem to be complaining about in public comment. You don't have to do that. Just think about that one.
We'll bring it.
Two lists, maybe?
We'll bring it back.
Yeah.
And the other reason I ask is that if you ask us to do additional research on this topic, I know in generally we need to do more research, but that would help us narrow those outreach efforts if some of these businesses are off the table.
Right. Yeah.
I think the 55 or more employees globally and 12 or more establishments globally is probably the same list.
Yeah.
And so then you're saying, but 20 or more for fast food and 16 or more for retail?
I didn't have a number for retail. I just said 20 or more for fast food.
Oh, so the
plus 20 or more.
The entire 55 or more list then?
Yes, globally.
Oh,
to look at it.
That's a longer list.
It is, yeah.
Okay.
But we will.
So,
Let's get
it might give us something to compare.
Got it.
At the very least, when you do the outreach, it'll give the businesses something to respond.
Yes, if they see they're on a list or not on a list.
We'll see that, right? Yeah.
So if you're ready, I can summarize what I believe I've heard is the direction. I'm going to refer to the discussion questions because it's easier that way, but I think it covers everything we just went through. Additional outreach to business community, what I heard was yes, but in general, on all issues, not just focused on this, and that we should obviously continue to keep the business community in the loop on this process and send them notices of upcoming meetings and so forth. Concerning policy options, you selected a hybrid option, including both regulations and a incentive program, which we would then also be developing in parallel with an ordinance. Concerning the ordinance options for covered employers, well, we've heard a couple of things. We had consensus, I believe, on retail with 12 or more, retail and fast food with 12 or more establishments worldwide and 16 or more employees in Emeryville. Mm-hmm. And an alternative that the mayor just put out was 55 or more employees worldwide for retail, for everybody, actually, and then of that list, only the ones with 20 or more employees in Emeryville for fast food, right? So those are two alternatives. Advance notice, 2 weeks. Predictability pay for less than 24 hours notice of a change, and a right to decline for less than 1 week notice of a change. Include offer of hours to part-time employees, include right to decline openings, include right to request flexible working arrangements, and
Without retaliation.
Oh, yes. And yeah, I hope so. We're not going to write retaliation into our ordinance.
Well, I just have to say that I'm really unhappy to learn about people who've been adversely affected.
Yeah.
Here.
We have an explicit provision in here about
That's
retaliation
inexcusable to me.
that's taken from our minimum wage ordinance. So yes, we definitely have retaliation, prohibition of retaliation in there. And other factors to consider would be to take a look at the janitorial and security work and see what the implications of that would be. So hopefully that's your direction. Did I miss anything?
The one other factor that I think I heard from the council was regarding exceptions, and so you're willing, of the 4 exceptions
Oh, right,
listed,
right.
top 3, but
Yep.
not the, but you did not want to include the exception
No.
regarding employees calling in.
Correct.
Right.
And with no further comment from council, that it concludes the study session. Thank you, everyone, for participating and hanging in there. And we're going to take a brief recess.
Well, it was only 3.5 hours.
right, if I could get my council to agree, I would like to take the agendas out of order and move on to the regular city council agenda. We'll just do the successor agency meeting real quick at the end, just so we can get to the folks who have been waiting here so patiently tonight. And I thank you for your patience. I know you had to sit through a lot just now. So we are moving on to the regular city council agenda. It is not 7:16 p.m. It's 9:41 p.m. And I'm calling to order this meeting of the Emeryville City Council.
No, what, not the successor?
Sorry, I just said I was going to punt that to last so we could take care of all the folks who are waiting here. Is there something that you wanted to pull from the successor agency?
Move along.
Yeah, let's just move along just so we can take care of everybody, and then we'll do it real quick at the end.
Now I got my
Please note we are all still here. We do have a few quick special orders of the day. One of the people who's been waiting here patiently for us is for item 3.1. We're recognizing Officer Arnold Salais as Employee of the Quarter for the second quarter of 2016. So is Ian here to introduce our Employee of the Quarter?
Yes, good evening, members of the City Council, Madam Mayor. Arnold Salais is going to be recognized for the Employee of the Quarter. I'd like to invite the Chief up and for Officer Salais to come up as well. Here. The Mayor has a statement for you.
And I have a little something to read for you. City of Emeryville, Employee of the Quarter, Officer Arnold Salais. I apologize for mispronouncing your name. August 16th, 2016. On behalf of City Council, staff, and residents of Emeryville, I am proud to award Officer Arnold Salais the Employee of the Quarter for the third quarter of 2016. Officer Salais started his career in the City of Emeryville as a police officer on April 2nd, 2007. He is responsible for ensuring public safety and serving citizens of Emeryville. According to his nominator, Officer Salais routinely displays a positive attitude toward coworkers, his job, and the public. He comes to work with a can-do mentality and is always prepared to help. An Emeryville security officer described Officer Salais as one of the most fair and personable officers with which she has worked. On August 29, 2015, while administering a physical agility test for police officer recruits, Officer Salais was called into action. A candidate was having a seizure and eventually stopped breathing and had no pulse. He performed first aid and CPR until medical personnel arrived. The candidate eventually regained a pulse, survived, and has since made a full recovery thanks to Officer Salais' efforts. Finally, Officer Salais has repeatedly volunteered to don a Santa suit for various charitable and community events, going above and beyond what is expected. As part of this Employee Recognition Award, Officer Salais is being presented an award plaque and a gift certificate to an Emeryville restaurant of his choice. He will also have his picture prominently displayed at City Hall and lunch with the city manager and the chief of police. And I'm very happy to see a member of our police force as one of our employees of the quarter. This is the first time since I've been on council, and I'm very happy to see that. So congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations, Chief.
Would you like to say any words? Chief, would you like to say any words?
A quick exit there.
It is so, thank you for this honor, and thank you for your comments. He's one of the best, and this is a great night for him to be recognized by you, because he's one of those people who just goes out on the street and he does everything. He's one of the friendliest cops we have, and he does engage the community in very meaningful ways. I think on more than one occasion, probably I could count on both hands the times last winter that he personally helped people by buying clothes or food. He's just one of those nighttime angels on the night crew that helps those people in need. And great coworker, really can-do attitude, and as you saw, just a very pleasant disposition. So we're very happy to have him and honored to have him on our force. Congratulations.
Congratulations again. And Chief Tejada, if you would like to stay up here, our next item is or grab your materials. Our next item is swearing in of our new police, not new to the force, but our new police lieutenant, Frederick Dower.
Okay, well, again, this is one of the fun things I get to do is swearing staff in, and so it was a great pleasure tonight to recognize Sergeant Fred Dower in a new way. The lieutenant's position is a position that was newly created thanks to your support, and it's an important part of our succession plan as well as an important management layer to serve our sergeant rank. And so I'll tell you a little bit about Sergeant Dower for those few of you who don't know. Sergeant Dower began his career with Emeryville Police Department in 1995 when he graduated from the police academy. He's been here since then. In addition to fulfilling his police officer duties, he quickly began to specialize in other functions such as field evidence technician, field training officer, first aid CPR instructor, canine handler, and mounted patrol. His leadership skills were evident early on, and in 2006 he was promoted to sergeant and was the graveyard watch commander for 4 years until moving into the administrative section in 2010. By 2015, he was assigned as acting captain of the Professional Standards and Administrative Division, and he oversaw the Records and Communications Bureau, the Training Bureau, and the Property and Evidence Bureau, as well as managing our facilities. Lieutenant Dower has been in charge of several special projects where he has continued to demonstrate leadership, integrity, competence, and professionalism. Some of the programs he recently coordinated were the Force Options Simulator class for City Council and community members. He's coordinated our Citizen Academy program and partnered with community services to increase National Night Out, bike rodeo, and other community events. He supervised the upgrade of our 911 system as well as the wireless mapping project. He facilitated the recent property and evidence independent audit and the implementation of the recommendations that came from that audit. And he is also our public information officer. Most of all, Lieutenant Sergeant Dower is a person who always displays a genuine interest in others, the city, and all whom we serve. He excels in responding to community issues and concerns, building community trust in a manner that is respectful, transparent, and professional. His quality of work reflects high professional standards, and he takes immense pride in his work. He has an incredible work ethic, and he makes a substantial contribution to the continued growth of our organization. His harmonious and cooperative spirit is infectious, and we all feel gratitude for his enthusiasm at work. Sergeant Dower is accompanied here tonight by his wife, Deborah. If you all come up, please. Deborah is a paramedic, and they met while responding to the same call of a very combative, intoxicated person having seizures at the Oaks Club many years ago. He says their first date was in the hallway of the emergency room at Highland Hospital. And 18 years later, they have 3 wonderful boys. Freddie, who's 12, come on up. Justin, who's 11. And Alex, who is 9. Come on up and join your dad and mom. Sergeant Dower enjoys spending his off-duty time with his family camping and coaching football and practicing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It is my absolute pleasure to promote Sergeant Fred Dower to the rank of lieutenant. And now if you'll join me and raise your right hand. and repeat after me. I, Fred Dower,
I, Fred Dower,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
and that I will bear true faith
and that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
to
the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
and without any mental reservation
and without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
upon
which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
And so Mrs. Dower is going to pin his badge.
Follow up.
Thanks, boys. Do you want to say a few words?
Briefly. Yes, briefly.
Please do.
Yes, I want to say thank you to the chief, to Captain Diotalevi, and to everyone else here. Almost everyone in this room, there's a few people I don't know, but I think I know probably 85% of the people in this room. It is truly an honor to have this position, to have this opportunity, to take this leap. I can't thank you enough for the opportunity. I have lived every day and worked every day in this city trying to live up to the badge, this office, and the ideals that I hold. And hopefully I do that. It seems like I must be doing okay so far. So I'll continue trying to do the best that I can. Thank you.
Thank you.
And a special shout out to everybody that waited until almost 10 o'clock.
Hey, he's worth it.
Thank you all.
Just to embarrass you a little further for 30 more seconds. I had a house fire, tragic house fire on the 5th of May, and Lieutenant Dower he responded, and he stayed with my husband and myself while we were experiencing the worst day of our lives, unequivocally, and you said some words that really touched both of us, that helped us process what was happening, and you bought me tacos. And Lieutenant Dower also bought some tokens for my children that helped them get through the night. So it's with great gratitude and pride that I would like to congratulate you on this promotion, and I'm sure the council shares that sentiment with me, that we're so glad to have you on our force. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
The good times move on. We are also finally introducing our city clerk, although it feels like she's been with us forever already.
As a matter of fact, Madam Mayor, about 2.5 months, I think. Is it 2.5 months or one?
1.5.
It just seems like 2.5 months to you, probably. So, yes, it is with great pleasure that I introduce our new city clerk, Sherry Hartz. Sherry joined us about a month and a half ago and comes with a strong background as a professional city clerk with 15 years of local government experience at both the county and the city levels. And having obtained her certified municipal clerk designation in 2014. Sherry is now pursuing her master municipal clerk designation, which will require extensive educational classes and will take approximately 3 years. So you're going to be with us for a while, huh? So I will say that already in this short time, she has been busy picking up where Nancy Lima left off, our interim. As the elections officer, Sherry has provided 7 potential candidates for the City Council with a comprehensive candidate guide and orientation. In the area of records management, Sherry has, as I said, picked up on that very major project and is working with our records consultant and department staff on the city's records project. And Sherry is also looking into revamping many of our internal processes, such as contract processing and boards and commissions recruiting, the appointment process to see whether opportunities exist for streamlining and improved efficiencies in those areas. So, Sherry, would you like to say a few words?
Well, Mayor and council members and fellow staff and Emeryville community, I'm very excited to be here. I did have a very detailed and eloquent remarks prepared for you, but given the lateness of the hour, I'll just say that I'm having a great time here. It's an amazing work environment, and I'm very happy to be your clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Welcome aboard, and thank you. Before we go any further, I just want to announce for anyone who hasn't picked up on it, if anyone's here for item 9.2 that has been delayed to September 6th, that is the certification of the Sherwin-Williams final EIR, which is an environmental impact review. Please note that it has been moved to the September 6th agenda. And the notice of the schedule change has gone out to the neighborhood and was sent out through the city's notification system and via Twitter. So I hope no one is here for that item. Does anyone want to speak at public comment for items on the consent item calendar or not on the agenda? Okay, and I can see that there are some folks here. I believe they're here for the sport fishing. Can you raise your hand if you're here for the sport fishing item? So with the consent of my colleagues, I'd like to pull that one up.
Okay.
Sure. Is that fine?
Yep.
Okay, so that is item number
9.1.
9.1. Informational report on Emeryville Sport Fishing Concession Agreement.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Michael Gaina, the City Attorney. I will provide you a very brief staff report. In December of 2001, the City Council entered into a sport fishing concession agreement between the city and Craig Stone. It was for a 10-year term, and that expired on December 31st, 2001. Prior to the expiration date, the parties agreed to a month-to-month extension of the concession agreement, and those are the terms that we're currently operating under. The agreement provides that the concessionaire would book passengers onto the various to the sport fishing boats out at the marina, and as compensation for booking those passengers, the concessionaire is entitled to a percentage fee of 7.5% of the gross revenues from the sales of the booking of the tickets. In lieu of the business license tax that would normally be collected from the individual boat owners, the concessionaire would collect and remit to the city a 2.5% of the gross revenues, an additional 2.5% of the gross revenues of the sales from tickets on the sport fishing fleet. So the 2.5% in lieu city taxes equates to approximately $35,000. In contrast, if the city were to have normally collected the business license tax from the individual boat owners, we would project revenues of about $1,600, or a difference of approximately $33,000 under the current concession agreement. The reason this is before you tonight is that Mr. Stone, the concessionaire, is very, very ill. And the sense is that he no longer is able to continue with his duties under the concession agreement. And so staff is bringing this item to you because the idea is to give direction about how you want to handle the concession agreement in the future. I presented 3 options to you. One was to continue the current month-to-month agreement with Mr. Stone. Staff is not recommending that item. The second option is to terminate the concession agreement. However, that would result in a significant loss of business tax revenue. And the third option would be to assign the concession to another concessionaire under the same or different terms. This item was brought to the Public Works Committee, which has taken on the role of the former Marina Committee. And the Public Works Committee recommended that the City Council consent to assign the agreement to another individual, while the city will then go and issue an RFP for the identified individual who would then take on the long-term lease. But the idea, the recommendation from the Public Works Committee would be to assign allow the assignment of the concession to a third party on the current month-to-month term, and with all other parts of the agreement otherwise intact, and then do the RFP process, and then consider a long-term concession agreement with somebody else. So that was the recommendation of the Public Works Committee. We have identified an individual who is interested in taking on that concession agreement on the interim basis. He's Andy Giuliani. He's present here tonight. He has indicated his willingness to take on the current concession agreement on the month-to-month basis while the city conducts its RFP. You've also received a number of letters of support from Mr. Giuliani from other members of the sport fishing fleet, as well as Mr. Stone's representative. So that is the conclusion of my report. The staff is looking for some direction from the City Council.
Okay.
All right.
Are there any clarifying questions for staff?
No.
And as I said, Mr. Giuliani is here if you have any questions.
Mr. Giuliani, do you want to say anything? And you just come forward and speak into the microphone, so because we're broadcasting to all of Emeryville.
No, I'd just like to thank the council for considering me for the replacement concessionaire. We'd, for the past 10 to 12 months, the operation's basically been self-supporting, the boat owners doing most of the heavy lifting, and I've done some work as well supporting the group. So we'd like to keep the concessionaire agreement in place, and then also obviously lead to a permanent basis.
Great.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Yeah,
I'm happy to move forward with the Public Works Committee.
I would move the recommendation of the Public Works, but is Mr. Stone's representative here, and would they like to speak?
They live in Seattle.
So there's no one here.
No, we have a letter from them,
okay,
but not personally present, no.
I have a concern that as a public entity, we go through some kind of RFP process.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Well, that's part of the recommendation from the Public Works Committee.
Good, okay.
Yeah.
Fill in the interim, and in the meantime, relook at the conditions. That was a long time ago. Sure. And send out an RFP for another operator or a choice of operator.
But to have some consistency.
But we should
Yes.
really
Time.
update that agreement, Michael. Been a long time.
So we don't need to do a formal motion.
No,
on this,
if I
we're
can just get
providing
direction in the sense of the council, and then what I would do then is work with Mr. Giuliani and Mr. Stone, and then we would bring back the amended concession agreement for the council's approval.
Very good. So is everyone happy with the recommendation?
Yep.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you so much for your
Thank you.
patience.
Thanks for hanging out
Thank
so
you
late.
everyone for your patience tonight. It's been a long evening. And before we return to the regularly scheduled calendar, are there any other folks from the public who are dying to speak on another item that I should pull forward, or should we just go in order now?
Let's go in order.
Being none, we're going in order.
Here we go.
We did public comments. Is there a city manager's report?
No, Madam Mayor.
Move the consent calendar.
Well, what about
Are there any ex parte communications for items on the rest of the agenda? I don't have any for these. Nope.
Nope.
Okay.
I have a question on this, even though it's a late hour.
Yep.
Where did this come from, and what is underlying it? Is there anything in the...
I actually added it just as a matter of course because Sherwin-Williams was coming up, and those developers regularly reach out to me for Sherwin-Williams, and as a matter of practice, the Planning Commission always goes over ex parte communications. I thought it would be a good practice for council to share that
Where did it come from on the
practice.
Planning Commission, Charlie?
It was actually recommended by Sean Moss when he was the chair of the commission. He requested it be added to the agenda. The reason for that is that virtually every item on a planning commission agenda involves an applicant and some neighbors, and often there will be meetings between the applicant and the commissioners. And we've tried to train them to disclose that at the beginning of each item, but Commissioner Moss felt it would be more efficient to just list it as an agenda item and get it all out of the way at the beginning of the meeting, and we have found that works very well. And I'm presumably applicable to the City Council.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so seeing no ex parte communications, for the consent items.
Move the consent.
So,
And I'll second, but I want to pull 7.7.2.
okay. So we have a motion and a second to move the consent calendar. Any discussion? Would the clerk please call the roll? So this is moving the consent calendar except for 7.7.2.
Councilmember Asher?
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. So 7.7.2 is the resolution of the City Council of the City of Emeryville authorizing the city manager to purchase 140 trash receptacle lids from EcoPop Designs, not to exceed $70,385.
So my issue is from the photograph in the packet. There's two things. I'm not enamored of the concrete existing trash cans that we have already, and then to try to retrofit them with these custom-made lids. I couldn't tell how you take the can out of it and empty it, and it just seemed better to me to try to go with a different product altogether.
So we have a standard trash can we've been using citywide, and as well as the old concrete lids and concrete containers. The concrete ones currently, the way they work is that you pull the trash out from the top. There's no door on the side. So it would still work in the same way. The new lid would be fastened to the concrete container with a hinge, and it would be bolted into the concrete. There's plenty of meat in those concretes to allow us to bolt a stainless steel lid onto it with a hinge. It'll lift up. It'll stay up in position while the waste management person lifts out the the trash container and empties it.
Well, I just think that concrete container is just so bulky. You know, it's not particularly attractive. We're going with, I think if we're moving towards another design, we should try to be consistent around the city. And I'm not in favor of trying to give these a second life. I think they should be retired.
I have a different concern. Are we going to see this lovely stainless steel down at the recycling center?
Well, that was a concern of ours. We've come up with a design that are going to be put on with bolts that don't have a standard nut that you can take out.
These are the kind of bolts that the people who steal bicycles cut with bolt cutters?
No. They're going to be almost like a carriage head bolt, but it has almost like a hex nut on the top of it. So you can't use a wrench to take it out unless you have the special keyed nut that goes along with it. So yeah, that was a concern of ours, that it would disappear to a recycling center. We had a version of the can made, and we've been trying it out over the last 6 to 8 months, and it seems to be working very well. The style we had originally had a lock so that that recyclers couldn't open it up and try to take the trash out, but that turned out to be a problem in itself. So the version we're going to have, what we're proposing is the people that are scavenging the trash would be able to open it up and dig in and close the lid again. So, you know, you never know if somebody tries to steal the lids, but we've come up with a solution we think will work on that.
Well, I happen to agree with Ruth. Those concrete things are really ugly, but they do serve a good purpose. And we desperately need these trash cans. We've been fooling around with this for about 2 years.
We need the lids. If we're going to keep those concrete trash cans, we need new lids. And it's not an off-the-shelf item, and we need a lid so that the rainwater won't get inside of it. And the old concrete lid cans with the new lids really bring up the image of those containers. They look a lot better with those new lids.
I'd move approval.
I agree with Ruth. They're awful. How many are we purchasing?
Well, the cost difference is in the report. I don't have that number in front of me. There's like 140 lids that we're proposing to purchase.
For 70,000.
So let me get the number up real quick. So 140 lids would cost $70,000. To buy 37 new trash containers cost $73,000. So you could see the amount of money we'd have to put in to replacing every concrete can. It'd be very expensive.
But we should have a plan going forward that every year, every 2 years, we make the replacement with the really good-looking ones.
Oh, definitely, definitely. So we're buying 37 new containers, and those are going to go in the high areas where, like the bus stops, where you want recycling, because the new containers accommodate the recycling at the top for the scavengers that try to collect it, but the existing containers don't allow for that recycling. So
Ruth and Jack, do you have an alternative plan? Do you want staff to come back with a new idea?
Well, the other idea would be to replace every trash can.
That's what I want.
If you want to replace every trash can, we have the price for it, and we just have to budget enough money to do that. But we do need to do something about the existing concrete ones that would remain if we don't have the budget. We need to put some kind of lid on them. And they do look really bad right now without a good lid.
So we have a motion to approve. Do I need to entertain a second before I ask if there's a substitute motion?
Yes, there would either need to
be a substitute.
You'd either need a second, or you'd have to have a substitute motion.
Is there a substitute motion, Ruth? Is that a substitute motion? Because Nora moved to approve. Right?
Well, no, I move to approve the recommendation.
Yeah.
She needs a second.
Okay, I second.
But with there going to be a plan moving forward that we gradually are replacing them with these.
We can,
ones
yes.
that are in our
We can
catalog.
do that, yes.
We have a lot of other demands on our money right now.
So
I don't think we should spend $70,000 on an interim thing. I think we should just replace them.
So if I have a motion and a second, then can I entertain
Yes.
a substitute?
Yes, you have a motion and a second, so you can now either vote on the motion that you have on the floor. If you have a second, or I'm sorry, if you have a substitute motion and a second for that, that would come first. But right now, I don't hear a second. I don't hear a substitute
Would you like to make a substitute
All
motion?
right, I'll make a substitute motion that we just buy all new trash cans.
I would second that.
So let's take a vote on the substitute motion.
That's right.
Councilmember Asher?
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
No.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
No.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye.
So the substitute motion passes.
New trash cans.
Okay, so if I could have clarification then. So we have the resolution where we're buying 37 for the budgeted amount. Would you want to just use the funds we have right now to buy the what we can afford for now and then come back later? Or would you like me to come back with another item to approve the purchase of all of them at one time?
What I would say is we could at least divert that 70,000 towards however many more trash receptacles we can buy.
Okay.
And then we can see what our deficit is and then
come back.
come back with
Okay.
with the difference.
Okay. So we can at least move forward in ordering trash cans?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Do we need another motion to divert that money to the purchase of the new ones?
If you need, I don't know if an appropriation needs to happen or not, but you can bring that in.
I will have to come back for more money, I believe. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so now we can move on to public hearings. So item 8.1 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Emeryville granting a waiver for the noise ordinance to the Emery Unified School District for construction work on all weekdays from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. and on all Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. from August 20th, 2016 to October 30th, 2016, except for Saturday, September 3rd. For construction of the Emeryville Center of Community Life project on a site of about 7.7 acres on the block bounded by San Pablo Avenue on the east, 47th on the south, and 53rd on the north, and Emeryville Village on the west. Hi, Mario.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. So we are now at the home stretch for this project, and this is a request for weekend and evening work at the ECCL project. So the request is for all Saturdays between August 20th till October 30th, except for the September 3rd, which is the Labor Day weekend. And it would be from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., and they are requesting weekday work from 6 to 8 p.m. And the type of work would be entry canopy work and fencing, some site concrete paving and landscaping work. The kind of equipment they'll be using are forklifts, paving machine, bobcats, and of course worker communications. And the reason for request is the school is about to start and they need to complete the punch list and to work outside of the school hours to minimize disruption to students and maximize the safety to the community. There are certain standard conditions that we impose on all noise waivers, and they are included here. And I'm not going to read them all, but they're pretty much the basic ones. Excluding the backup beepers, that has been removed. As you may recall, I had come earlier that this was not possible in this particular case. In terms of notification, neighbors within 300 feet were notified, and we had the newspaper notification as well. So with that, we recommend that the council approve the weekday work and the Saturday work starting August 20th till October 30th. The applicant, John Baker, is here if you have questions for him or if you have questions for me.
Any questions for staff or for Mr. Baker?
Yeah, just open the public hearing.
Nope. So let's just open the public hearing. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item?
Good evening, Council. Thank you. I approve of the extended hours to get the school done, so I would vote that you would please accept the waiver.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm Christian Patz. I'm on the school board, but I want to be clear, I'm simply here today speaking for myself and as a citizen. This is at least the fourth time that this type of request has come before you. The 3 previous times it has failed to produce any results. They made multiple promises about finishing on time and what it would allow them to do by working on weekends, and each time they have failed to meet the deadline. When asked about it, we get lots of misstatements about why they need these extended times, things like excessive amounts of rain, misunderstandings about how backup beepers work. So I'm asking that you deny the request, because I'm hoping this will get the district to finally say, you know what, you've missed the timelines. We have a very clear contract that means you owe us money for the delays, and finally recoup some of the costs. So again, I'm hoping that we'll hold Turner accountable for the promises they make and not give them another waiver, so that they can promise us to be finished by the opening of school, which they won't even if you grant the waiver, because they've missed all previous deadlines. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public wishing to speak on this item? Okay. Closing the public hearing. Any discussion?
I have some questions.
Yes.
Would we be able to collect money from Turner for their breaking of the contract if we denied the waiver because they have missed the contract? I mean, that's what Mr. Patz alleges. I think, Mr. Baker, if you have an answer, I'd like to hear it.
So first, a little clarification. We have, this is for punch list work. We have, as of today, the state inspectors have certified occupancy for all the buildings except for the second floors of building B and D. That's because the elevators have not yet passed inspection. So that's really the issue, is the elevator inspections. Starting tomorrow, Turner at their cost is going to provide elevator operators in those 2 elevators, which will allow us to occupy every building in their entirety. That means by tomorrow or Thursday, DSK Architects will be able to issue the notices of substantial completion, the final one, so we will now have them for all the buildings. And that's the certification for occupancy. The school district offices started business in Building B on Monday. The high school administration started occupancy in business in Building D on Monday. Tomorrow is all-day training for all the teachers. And so that we are on schedule for training for teachers in the first day of school on the 25th. Punch list work, for those of you involved in construction projects, is after you reach substantial completion, there's a list of things to complete that the architect issues. In this case, we have some site concrete that still needs to be complete, planting, and things like painting, things that need to be repainted, cabinet doors that don't work.
Why is it called punch list work?
I don't, it's a good question why it's called punch list work. I'm not sure why. But so this is so that we can, the whole idea of this coming tonight is that we don't want to do that work, which is we have to have Turner has got to be held accountable for completing all those things the architect has said are not quite right before we issue final completion, which starts the 2-year warranty period. So this is in order to do that work, hold Turner accountable for that work, so they can complete that prior to start of the warranty period. That's what, and we want to do that outside of school hours. This is so we can do that punch list work outside of school hours after school starts next Thursday. Okay. In terms of what your question is, Mr. Donahue, about accountability, about Turner, we have issued in writing notification to Turner that they did not meet the date of July 25th. Citing their contractual obligations, which includes a provision called liquidated damages, where they can't actually be penalized for that. What they have to do now is they have to demonstrate that there are things beyond their control that cause that date to go out to what will be tomorrow or Thursday. And so until they are at risk for that, and we would be able to charge them for that. Again, the onus is upon them to issue a documentation why that date has moved out. So to answer your question, yes.
Okay.
But I want to point out that again, we've started occupying the facility. As of tomorrow, we'll have the state inspectors will have certified occupancy for all the buildings. By Thursday, we'll have notice of substantial completion issued by DSK Architects. We've been training all day for teachers tomorrow, and we'll have absolutely no problems opening school for business on next Thursday, the 25th.
I have a question.
Yes.
So the staff report, it says that the noise waiver is from 6 to 8, but under the section on entry canopies and fencing, it says work on 3 entry canopies will occur during the weekdays from 3:30 to 8. Is that just an error?
No, that's because the permitted work hours end at 6 p.m. So 3:30 to 6 p.m. is part of the time that they can normally work without a noise waiver.
Correct.
So it's only the time after 6 p.m. that would be covered by the noise waiver.
Okay. Well, understanding that this doesn't really have it, I mean, you're trying to protect children in some ways from the noise and the construction, but there are still 200 children there at 3:30, and they have to enter and leave the building if they're in the after-school program. And so I'm wondering, how is that going to impact them? They have homework that they have to do, and so a lot of noise. Are we sure that this is going to happen only at 6 o'clock, or they just don't need a waiver at 3:30 and it's still going to be happening then?
That's a really good question, because the time 3:30 is when most of the school kids will have left the facility. I think we want to work. The whole point of this is to work around that. There may be some after-school programs. We would absolutely not want to work during those time periods. We don't need any change in policy where we wouldn't start earlier than 3:30. We have no change in policy work between 3:30 and 6. We want to be able to work a little bit later to really minimize that disruption on weekdays. I want to point out that other than the canopies that are mentioned, this is work that's really, it's repainting a wall, it's changing a cabinet door, fixing a faucet that doesn't work, finishing up some planting. Maybe some of the plants are not installed correctly. It's things like that. The punch list again is the architect's list of things that need to be complete. I want to point out that work is underway now, and 90% of that work will be done by next Thursday. The reason we have so much time is we may have, for example, a rooftop air handler unit that may malfunction. We'd want to replace that. That might be something you need to do on a Saturday with a vehicle to install that.
Mr. Baker, what's the Bobcat for?
That is for the Bobcat is for, we still have some planting work to do. You see, if you drive this, you see all the trees. Mm-hmm. That's to dig holes to plant trees. Mm-hmm. So we don't anticipate having the trees done by this Thursday. We'd probably need to do that work over the next week or so to finish the planting. We don't need plants for occupancy, but that work still, that's one of the things on the architect's punch list, is completing trees and shrubs.
Right, but that's
right by the community center where the children are going to be for the rec
and
program.
The cars are going to queue up right there, right? I understand that the waiver is supposed to happen from 6 to 8 p.m. I just want people to know that, a third of the district children will still be on site during the weekday. It's not an insignificant number, right. And staff.
Right.
And so I hope that you are coordinating with the recreation program so that kids have a place where they can be when this work is going on. And more than that, the district has yet to send out any kind of discussion of how drop-off and pickup is going to work. And so if any of that is under construction, that's going to cause a further complication during the first week of school. So I'm just hoping that we get some clarity. I want the work done, right? Because I don't want it to be happening around kids.
Yeah, right, yeah.
And I'm also a little bit worried about, especially when you say that it's the canopy work. I'm assuming, is this at the entrance?
No, there's 3 architectural canopies on San Pablo and on 53rd.
Right.
And those they do provide shelter from the rain. The fabricator just basically said that we're not going to be able to finish those by that time. Turner is at risk for that. And those penalties are also, those are at risk for those penalties as well. We had an option to build them from scratch and not do, they're pre-engineered. They come and you bolt them together. They take about a day to assemble. It would have added cost. We decided that we're not going to expend that cost. We want to hold Turner accountable. So let's hold off, rather than have them be half completed. Let's hold off, let school open, and do those off hours so that they minimize disruption. I want to point out that the time frame is, for example, let's say that we have to do painting touch-up in the K through 1 classrooms. We would be able to do that work at 3:30 on a Tuesday. We certainly, if they're after-school programs in some of the high school classrooms, we're not going to go in there to repair casework and cabinets while there's an after-school program going in place. So I mean, I think there could be some language where we could say that this work would be prohibited in occupied areas or where people are traversing through where they're occupied.
Yes, please.
That I'm happy to do that because that's certainly our intent.
Okay. And so then
It's a good suggestion.
Whether or not Turner is penalized, it's not contingent on the approval or denial of this noise waiver.
No, this is a matter of convenience to do this work,
Okay.
to hold them accountable for completing their work and not disrupting the operations of the ECCL. That is the whole intent of this item.
Okay, I think we've heard enough, don't you think?
Yeah, I share Councilmember Asher's concerns about pickup and drop off in front of the rec center where those trees are not in the ground yet.
Yeah, we anticipate those trees being done and that whole area along the drop-off being done because functionally it needs to be. But within the site, there are other trees and shrubs that need to go in. Really, all that work is going to be done by the end of next week. But again, we want to be able to do this around. The whole point of this again is to avoid disruption to the operations of the ECCL and make Turner accountable for completing every bit of their contract work.
I'd move approval of the waiver. Just get it done.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Asher?
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. So we've already completed action item 9.1 on sport fishing. 9.2 is being delayed until September 6th. Which brings us to 9.3, the resolution of the City Council of the City of Emeryville denying the Swage Lock Company's appeal of the city's notice of the July 1st, 2015, identifying Swage Lock as a responsible party for the investigation and cleanup of a release of hazardous materials on, under, or from blighted property at 5679 Horton Street, which is located within a blighted area bounded by Powell Street to the north, Shellmount Street to the west, Christie Avenue, Stanford Avenue, and the Emeryville Greenway to the south and east due to the presence of hazardous materials.
Good evening, Mayor Michael Guinness, City Attorney. I'm also here with Robert Doty, who is our special counsel on this item. The staff report goes into into a lot of detail about the nature of the appeal, the arguments that were presented by Swage Lock and the city's response. Unfortunately, Swage Lock's counsel was not able to stay for the hearing tonight. However, she and Mr. Doty had worked out an agreement which we'd like to read into the record.
Oh, that's good.
And that could speed along in lieu of the actual hearing tonight. So I'd invite Robert to come up, present the terms of that, and then if you have any questions, we're available for those questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I did speak earlier this evening with Sonia Englin, I-N-G-L-I-N. She's the attorney who is representing Swage Lock here this evening. She's from Los Angeles. The length of some of the earlier items made me say to her, is there some way we can work this out so you can get back home tonight? She was appreciative that we were willing to do that. And I'm going to read from a set of bullet points she and I sketched out in the hallway. Swage Lock understands that the council will go ahead and adopt the resolution denying Swage Lock's appeal. In exchange for that cooperation, we, the City of Emeryville, are going to agree that by her not appearing, that her client is not waiving any of the arguments presented in the appeal. They can still pursue them in a cost recovery action, which the statute provides for. We will not take her early departure as any waiver or relinquishment by her client of their position, nor will we claim that they have, by her not staying here till the end, agreed to any of the statements that are made in the resolution, any statements made in the staff report, or in the underlying technical documents. So it just preserves each side's ability to make any and all arguments they want to make in a court, which the statute provides for, and it allowed her and me to let her get back on her way home and save you all hopefully a bit of time here this evening without doing prejudice to either side. So
Move the resolution.
Second. We have a motion and second. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Robert, do you need an action by the council to endorse the agreement you made with the young lady?
I think if you all tell me that you're satisfied with that, I will write her the letter I told her I would write her, and she and I will consider it adequately done.
Is it unanimous with the council?
I'm satisfied.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for
Mayor,
your patience.
Mayor, may I get a, we do have a resolution
Yes.
that needs to be adopted.
Yeah, it's been moved and seconded.
All right.
Moved by member.
I'm sorry, you guys were so fast, I missed the second.
So, Asher.
Okay. Councilmember Asher?
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. Which brings us to item 9.4, designation of voting delegates and alternates to the League of California Cities Annual Conference. So I am the voting delegate. I'm planning on going to Long Beach. Carolyn will be joining me on this trip. If anyone desires to be my alternate in the event that something happens and I cannot go, please speak up now. Otherwise, I think you're in safe hands. So,
what's the date?
It's, I believe it's October 6th. But if anyone would like to enjoy a lovely trip to Long Beach, I would entertain that. Someone would like to replace me. Otherwise, I'm happy to.
Would there, within the council budget, would there be funds to send more than one council member?
Could be.
Oh,
Sure,
you bet.
I have a place
There
to
could be.
stay, so
You
I'm
never
not gonna.
spend that money.
Yeah, I might buy a plane ticket if my kids aren't coming with me, but I won't be using a hotel.
It's
so I think
October
it's,
5th through 7th
Yeah.
in Long Beach.
Do you have any interest?
It would not be unusual for another council member to attend.
Right. I may want to go. I just have to check.
Okay, so should we go ahead and assign Ruth as an alternate and
Sure.
and make that motion?
You don't want to go, Scott?
If you're willing to be the alternate, I'm pleased.
Okay.
Do you want to go? Do you want to go to the conference?
If no one else will do it, I will do it.
Independent of anybody else's attendance. Do you want to go to the conference?
If Emeryville is adequately represented, no.
No. Okay.
there you have it. So,
Man.
yes, there's a motion by Member Asher for myself to be the representative and Councilmember Atkin to be the alternate. Is there a second?
Holidays.
Second? I'll second it. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Asher?
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. Communications and reports. Are there any department head reports? No. Council members? Council members reporting on meetings attended? Nope. You've been out of town.
Well, how is
abatement?
How is
He's
that?
been out of town.
How is that meetings attended? How is that different from ex parte? If you have a meeting with a developer or something, I guess I just don't.
Housing meetings or.
I think if you reveal before an item.
So, the ex parte communications section at the beginning of your agenda deals with the disclosure requirements under the FPPC, and that's if you've had a ex parte communication with a developer, for example. Usually comes up in the context of a development agreement, not always. But if you have had an ex parte communication with an applicant or another interested party on an agenda item that you are considering taking action on, you are required to disclose that ex parte communication and just say that you had met with so and so on this item, and that's all.
Where is that requirement, Michael?
That is a requirement.
Where is that requirement?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's under the FPPC and/or the Brand Act, I believe, and it is a standard. It's a standard agenda item that the Planning Commission has, and it's a best practice.
Okay. Does that not apply to e-base?
Well, then I guess I need to report that I met with Lennar representatives on Sherwin-Williams.
That's right.
Okay, so
It would also apply to e-base.
Oh, it does.
All those meetings.
When do we, okay,
So
so
this
then
is-
it was on, so then when we had the special meeting and the study session, should there be an ex parte thing? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's right. And this is a new, this is a new practice for the
Okay.
council. I recognize that, and so perhaps some training would be good as
Yes.
well. But you're right. It should be on your study session items, and it should be on your city council items. Quite frankly, it should be on all of your agendas.
So we disclose when the agenda item comes up that we've met with them before, or just any outside meetings when
it's
we know it's
on-
on a future agenda?
It's on for the agenda for tonight.
I
For tonight,
see.
for action
I see.
items on tonight's hearing. Then you would disclose those meetings that you had had prior to you taking any action on tonight's agenda.
Okay, yeah.
We will just try and put it on every agenda.
So we do that, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you know what? We forgot to do the successor agency.
Yeah, we gotta do successor.
Agenda.
Yeah.
So this meeting is adjourned, and I'm calling to order this Emeryville successor agency meeting. Please note we are all still here. I don't have it in front of me, I'm sorry.
Public comments?
Is there anyone who would like to make public comments on items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the successor agency? Seeing none, there are no special orders of the day. Any ex parte communications, because it is on here.
Move the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion and motion by Davis, second by Asher. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Asher?
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned.
All right.
Now we're done.